of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat en troisième lecture.
Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-42, Strengthening Aviation Security Act.
Is she next? Doing debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Here, here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
I'm pleased to finally have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-42, which amends the Aeronautics Act to allow airlines to send personal information of passengers to foreign security services. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by reminding members in this House that the right to privacy is a fundamental cornerstone of any Western democracy. Equally important is the right of the people to know what their government is doing so that governments can be held accountable by a knowledgeable electorate. But Bill C-42 turns that accountability on its head. It suggests that the Government of Canada has the right to know what its people are doing at all times, and that they even have the right to share that information with foreign governments. But it reserves for itself the right to be the most secretive government in Canadian history, with its citizens continually being denied access to information. It's a government run amok, and frankly, in this instance, it's dangerous. The law before us today purports to hand over to foreign security agencies undisclosed information about Canadian passengers who may not even be landing on their soil. As my NDP colleague, the member from Welland, pointed out earlier in this debate, this is really a fundamental question about the right of Canadians to privacy, as opposed to the decision of a foreign government, be it the United States, Colombia, or even Panama, that wish to have the personal information of anyone in our country who chooses to travel by air. He said, and I quote, "I find it quite astounding that somehow we think that giving this information up is okay, and we can trot out security as being the justification for giving up our private information." Honestly, Mr. Speaker, where is it going to stop? Is it just our names, the hotel we are going to, the car we're renting, and our destination? The government is trying to play Canadians for fools. We all know that security agencies build profiles of those they deem of interest, including our security agencies. But we're also talking about the security agencies of other countries that don't share our laws, and with whom we've had a serious concern about violating the rights of Canadian citizens. Even our own security agencies have behaved badly. We can try and remedy our own institutions, but how can we remedy those of other countries? Dr. Mark Salter, who's an associate professor at the School of Political Studies of the University of Ottawa, had this to say: "Governments want this information so that they can build profiles of not just risky passengers, but safe passengers as well." He goes on to say, "What worries me about this particular legislation is that the data not only go to the destination country, but may go to all states that the airline might fly over. That, I feel, is the significant change that this legislation brings, and it worries me a great deal." He's right when he says, and I quote, "I think it is dangerous to sacrifice our privacy and our freedoms for the dream of zero risk or perfect security. This particular measure does not provide additional security for the aviation sector, and it places an additional burden on Canadian citizens who are flying." I noted earlier that this hypocritical, secretive government is so eager to divulge its citizens' private information to other governments, yet it won't disclose these agreements to its own citizens. Fortunately, we have some understanding of a similar information transfer agreement between the European Union and the United States. I want to share some of the contents of that agreement. The information forwarded will be the passenger name record, which is the file a travel agent creates when you book a vacation. The passenger name record could include credit card information, the person a citizen is traveling with, hotel details, other booking information such as tours or rental cars, and astoundingly, this agreement also provides details on any serious medical condition of the passenger. The information collected can be retained by the United States for up to 40 years. This information may be forwarded to the security service of a third nation without the consent or notification of the other signatory. The United States may unilaterally amend the agreement as long as it advises the EU of the change, and no person may know what information is being held about them by the United States and may not correct that information, even if there are errors. I want to come back to this last point because, as I noted earlier, we have no control over agencies of other countries. Who in their right mind would agree to allow a foreign country to hold private information about a Canadian citizen? And who in their right mind would allow that country to hold wrong information about a Canadian citizen for up to 40 years? And who would accept that there's no recourse to correct this wrong information about a Canadian citizen? Well, none other than this Conservative government. That's who. The bill that is before us today will essentially allow data mining of Canadians' personal information by foreign security services. Dominique Bouchard, president of Ligue des Droits et Libertés, gave 2 examples of the consequences of ending up on the U.S.'s secure flight program. I quote, "The first example is that of Hernando Calvo Espina, a Colombian journalist living in France. On April 18, 2009, Mr. Espina was traveling to Nicaragua via Mexico for Le Monde Diplomatique. 5 hours before Air France's Paris-Mexico flight was scheduled to land, it was diverted to Fort-de-France, Martinique. The captain informed the passengers that the United States had not authorized the aircraft to fly over the country because one of the passengers constituted a threat to national security. Unknown to him, Mr. Espina was on the United States no-fly list. Mr. Espina is a regular contributor to Le Monde Diplomatique and has written a number of articles criticizing U.S. foreign policy and the CIA's role in Latin America. Mr. Espina's prohibition has nothing to do with air security. The flight's co-pilot even went to see Mr. Espina during the flight to verify that he was indeed the person targeted by the prohibition. In Mexico, Mr. Espina was briefly questioned by Mexican authorities before taking another flight to Managua. Another case, is that of Paul-Émile Dupré, a Belgian citizen who is an analyst for the European Parliament and who has conducted a campaign opposing the transfer of European travelers' personal information to American authorities. As his flight was en route to Mexico, his final destination was Sao Paulo, where he was traveling to attend the World Social Forum. The aircraft had to circumvent the United States because U.S. authorities were not authorizing Mr. Dupré to fly through American airspace. These individuals clearly do not represent a threat to air security, and individuals like Mr. Espina and Mr. Dupré could very well have been Canadian journalists or public servants traveling to Latin America. It is an illusion to think that the information provided under the Secure Flight Program will be protected, that it will be destroyed, or that it could be corrected in the event of any error. On the contrary, that information will be added to the databases of the U.S. intelligence agencies and will be compared with information held by many government agencies to determine whether such and such a person should be prohibited from flying over the United States or even placed on another list. Justice O'Connor's investigation of the Maharrar affair has shown to what extent the ill-considered sharing of information can have harmful effects. 4 years after Judge O'Connor's report was tabled, we are still waiting for implementation of his recommendations for the introduction of a mechanism for monitoring security intelligence activities in Canada." End of quote. We know, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is being bullied by the U.S., that unless this bill passes, the United States could close its airspace to Canadian aircraft. I've stressed this before, and so have my colleagues, that Canada and the United States have a long history of cooperation in politics, economics, defense, security, and culture. We know that our closest neighbor and ally, the United States, cannot simply cut off their airspace to our flights and passengers. That's simply not realistic. The government could do better for its citizens, but it isn't. We, on this side of the House, are dumbfounded why this government, which bills itself as the great defender of our privacy, would so readily abandon our rights. This Conservative government sponsorship of Bill C-42 is truly shameful. But I want to stress that this debate isn't an ideological one. Its significance is due to the extent to which this federal government would go in relinquishing our rights without any disclosure to its citizens. This bill is truly reprehensible, Mr. Speaker. But don't take my word for it. Here's what others have said about this legislation. Roch Tassé, National Coordinator of the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group, states, "After running a risk assessment for each passenger using data mining technology, Homeland Security in turn issues a boarding pass result back to the airline. The result instructs the airline to issue a boarding pass, deny permission to travel, or issue an enhanced screening requirement. These regulations give the U.S. access to a whole subset of information on air passengers who are not entering the U.S., but merely overflying its airspace. Furthermore, this information can be shared among at least 16 U.S. agencies and with foreign governments. The program gives the government of a foreign country a de facto right to decide who gets to travel to and from Canada, since the vast majority of Canadian flights to and from Europe, the Caribbean, and South America overfly American airspace. Maher Arar is on the U.S. no-fly list. Several other cases in which Canadians have been denied boarding by the U.S., even for domestic flights in Canada, have also been reported. Those cases include several individuals who have been deemed by Canadian courts and commissions of inquiry not to pose a risk to the national security of Canada. They include Abdullah Al-Malki, Adil Charkawi, and others. If Bill C-42 is adopted, even the rulings of Canadian courts won't be able to be enforced. Mr. Edward Hasbrook of the Liberty Coalition, a U.S.-based civil liberties group, stated, "You should be very clear that the enactment of Bill C-42 would grant to the U.S. government de facto veto power over the ability of virtually anyone to obtain sanctuary in Canada, since in most cases it's impossible to get to Canada to make a claim for political asylum or refugee status without overflying the U.S. And that power of the U.S. would be exercised at the worst possible point, while a refugee is still on the soil of and subject to the persecution of the regime they are trying to flee. There are measures that could be taken to balance the needs for enhanced security with protection of our citizens' privacy. In 1998, the European Commission put forward 6 key principles which must be included. They are worth repeating, Mr. Speaker. First, the purpose limitation principle. Private personal information should be processed for a specific purpose and subsequently used for further communication only insofar as this is not incompatible with the purpose of the transfer. Secondly, the information quality and proportionality principle. Information should be accurate and, where necessary, kept up to date. Further, the information should be adequate, relevant, and not excessive in relation to the purposes for which it is transferred or further processed. Third is the transparency principle. Individuals should be provided with information as to the purpose of the processing and the identity of those in control of the information in the third country, and other information insofar as this is necessary to ensure fairness. Fourth is the security principle. Technical and organizational security measures should be taken by those in control of the information that are appropriate to the risks presented by the processing. Any person acting under the authority of those in control of the information, including a processor, must not process information except on instructions from the controller. 5, the right to access, rectification, and opposition principle. The subject of the information should have the right to obtain a copy of all the information relating to them that is processed and a right to rectification of the information which is inaccurate. Furthermore, in some situations, the person should be able to object to the processing of the data relating to them. 6th is the restriction on onward transference principles. Transfers of the personal information to further countries should be permitted only where the second country is also subject to the same rules as the country originally receiving the information. C-42 doesn't include any of these protections. Under this bill, it is open season on the private information of Canadians. This bill is an affront to our rights as Canadian citizens, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to end on another quote from Dr. Mark Salter. He states that Canadians' data should not be hostage to the most paranoid regime that an air company chooses to fly over. The proposed change to these data protection regulations to include overflight states dramatically increases the vulnerability of Canadians' data while offering no means of redress or appeal. We can assume that citizens know when they travel to a particular country that they are consenting. They know how they go through a visa process and a border process, so they know their data is being evaluated. However, Canadians would have no way of knowing which of the countries they flew over and would get their data, what would happen to their data, or how to appeal the use of that data. I think this is a dangerous change that poses clear costs but offers no benefits." End of quote. Clearly, this is a bill that should not be passed by this House. It embodies all that is wrong with overzealous governments that are prepared to sacrifice their citizens' privacy in the name of unspecified threats. And to my Conservative colleagues, I would say this. Just this past summer, your government did away with the long-form census. The justification given that it was an intolerable invasion of Canadians' privacy. It was deemed an intolerable invasion of privacy to ask how many people are living in one's home. The fact that census information is vital to making evidence-based decisions so that we can design programs that are appropriate and adequate to meet the needs and demands of the population didn't matter. We were simply asked to accept that no end could justify the means of such an onerous invasion of privacy. And yet, here we are, less than a year later, and the government members are suffering from a case of collective amnesia. Privacy no longer matters. Now they just want all of us to accept that somehow it's okay for the government of the United States to know not only that someone is flying on a particular day, but also to know the person's credit card information, with whom the person is traveling, the hotel he or she will be staying at, other booking information such as tours or rental cars, and the person's personal health information. One of the things that nobody has a right to know, except the person and his or her doctor. I cannot square that circle, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians can't square that circle either. But what is absolutely clear is that they deserve better from their government. By voting against Bill C-42, we're sending the government back to the drawing board. As I said at the outset, the right to privacy is a fundamental cornerstone of our democratic society, and we will not condone or support the data mining of Canadians' personal information by foreign security services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her speech. It's very informative. And I know we hear about a British man who can't get back to his country, etc. But I've been getting calls from Canadians. A lawyer called me to suggest that he had clients who were concerned about traveling to Mexico because he would have to come through Toronto or someplace to get a flight to Mexico with his family. And his concern was that he might be held in Toronto while his family would be able to go on the vacation that they'd already paid for, because there may be something on the Canadian Police Information Computer, or CPIC. Now, I've been a lawyer for 30 years, but I can't tell you all the information that CPIC has. I know even if you got a pardon for an offence, that could be on CPIC. If you were charged with an offence and the charges were withdrawn, or you were acquitted, that could be on CPIC. So there's a lot of prejudicial information, things that we might not take very seriously in this country. For example, a conviction for simple possession of marijuana 25 or 30 years ago when someone was a teenager or in their early 20s, that might be taken very seriously by the American authorities. Oh, a conviction under the Narcotics Control Act. We don't know how seriously these things will be taken by other countries, particularly the United States. They may have a totally different attitude towards that. So what concerns me here is Canadians having their freedom of movement and their privacy, their own personal information, being available to not only, as you pointed out, the Americans, but anybody else to whom they choose to give it, without our knowledge or consent. I think this is fundamentally wrong, and you know, you did mention that ordinary Canadians should be concerned about it. I believe that's the case. Would you comment on that? Because I think many ordinary Canadians have very good reason not to want this bill passed.
I'm sure the Honourable Member knows that I can't comment, but perhaps the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to, and I very much welcome the question from the member from St. John's East. I know he's been following this issue very closely along with the rest of our caucus, because he's right. This raises a fundamental issue about not just Canadians' right to privacy, but in fact should be of concern to everyone the world over. These are fundamental changes in how two countries collaborate with respect to the exchange of information. The really frustrating thing from where I sit, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact the Europeans, who also have an agreement with the United States, were actually able to negotiate improvements to that agreement with the United States. Our government isn't even trying. It's rolling over. It's saying, here's the bill that they want us to pass. Let's just get on and do it. I know that the Americans are our friends and allies, but that doesn't mean that it's not the responsibility of our government to protect our interests as Canadians, and the government is refusing to do that. That's why I would encourage all members of this House to vote against Bill C-42, send the government back to the drawing board, and stand up for the people that have sent us here to represent them. Stand up for their privacy and vote against Bill C-42.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed very much the speech from the member from Hamilton Mountain. Now, today, of course, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there have been headlines in the media about hackers from China that were going in to try to access the House of Commons computers. Now, of course, that's a matter of some real concern, Mr. Speaker, because what it does is expose confidential information. Now, you set aside that issue, and you have a government that is willing to hand over that confidential information that should be protected to the United States, to Panama, to any country that basically asks for it. And this is the appalling aspect of the Conservatives' bill, that even though they've made loud noises about hackers endeavoring to get into the House of Commons computers, they're actually saying to the United States government, the Panamanian government, any government that wants it, that they get personal credit card information, personal health care information, everything that is on the passenger name record. So I wanted to ask the member from Hamilton Mountain how she thinks the Conservatives could possibly justify this hypocrisy. She mentioned the census. We're concerned about hackers getting in the House of Commons computers, but basically we've got a Conservative government that is willing to hand over wholesale Canadians' confidential information to any foreign government that requests it. Absolutely absurd. How can the Conservatives justify this?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really welcome the question from my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby. You know, I can't justify the Conservatives' approach to how they deal with confidentiality and access to information. I mean, we've just spent an entire week in this House, and you, Mr. Speaker, have in fact been asked to adjudicate an issue with respect to access to information that my colleague, the member from Ottawa Centre, raised just in this House just yesterday. Look, we have been spending a ton of time here where we as parliamentarians have had to fight the government to get access to information that we should have had as a matter of right for us to be able to do our jobs. There is now before you, Mr. Speaker, the question of whether we as members have a right to have access to information about the cost of the government's crime bills. Yes, we got a piece of paper yesterday, but unfortunately that paper contained hardly any information, and paper alone isn't good enough. We've asked and not received yet appropriate projections of the cost of corporate tax cuts. You'll remember only too well because you gave a seminal ruling on the issue of us having access to documents pertaining to Afghan detainees. And, of course, there's another issue about who said what, when, and where about the funding cuts to Kairos, another matter that you have had to adjudicate on. We are taking up an unbelievable amount of time in this House. Instead of debating the issues that Canadians care about, like jobs, like pensions, like health care, we have to appeal to you over and over again to get us access to information that we require to do our job on behalf of Canadians. And yet here we are in Bill C-42, the same government that won't share information with us or with Canadian citizens is all but eager to hand that information over to foreign countries. And as my colleague pointed out, it's not just any information. This is information that includes travel plans, car leases, and most importantly, potentially, medical records of the people who are traveling. Medical records should never be shared with anyone beyond the patient and his or her doctor, yet this government is opening the books to foreign governments. There's a huge inconsistency in the way that this government deals with the protection of information. It's trying to close its books to us, but opens them to foreign governments. I think that alone is reason why every member in this House should be voting against Bill C-42.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I too would like to thank and congratulate my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. I think that she set out the reality of Bill C-42 in a succinct and very clear way. it terrifies me, and I know it terrifies my constituents because, Mr. Speaker, I began to hear from them when news of this bill first emerged probably about a year ago. And they recognized absolutely the danger of allowing other foreign capitals to have the information that we have always regarded as key to our security in this country. Now, the member talked about the long-form census, and she made reference to the secrecy of this government. It's interesting. We've just been exposed to one ludicrous crime bill after another. This government seems desperate to make criminals of Canadians, and in the course of that, they keep talking about victims. But with Bill C-42, it seems to me that they are victimizing the citizens of this country, exposing them to whatever possibility in terms of the release of sensitive information to the likes of Mexico and Panama. Mr. Speaker, we know what happens in Mexico, the violence, the insecurity that travelers experience. And we know with this new trade deal that this government has signed with the government of Panama, we've been exposed to the lack of support and security that Panama provides its own citizens. So how on earth are we going to expect that government to support the citizens of Canada and protect them?
Brief response, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague raises absolutely essential points in this debate. It really is about the onus on our government to protect our citizens, Canadian citizens, from the potentially corrupt practices of other governments. This government is actually condoning the potential victimization of Canadian citizens. It's completely appalling. We should all be resolutely against this bill. We've laid out the reasons. There is no protection for private information of Canadian citizens. There is no guarantee that it won't end up in the wrong hands. Therefore, there is no guarantee, there is no control about how that information will be used against Canadian citizens. And at a minimum, Canadians have the right to expect that their government will stand up for them in any international obligations. We are not simply a doormat for their friends south of the border. Yes, we have friendly relationships, we have important trading relationships with them, but that does not mean that it is not the responsibility of our government to protect our citizens. And in proceeding with Bill C-42, clearly they're abdicating that very important responsibility.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your introduction, and I want to thank you again for giving me this opportunity. I want to start by saying that I want to describe the aspects of the bill that I feel are very important, and I do want to thank the Library of Parliament, which we probably don't do enough around here because of the good work that they do and the expertise that they hold. And this summary was put together by Alicia Davies, and I want to thank her for that. She did a great job. And again, in general, I want to thank the Library of Parliament for their research. So on 17th of June 2010, the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities introduced C-42, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, or the short title, Strengthening Aviation Security Act. Now, the bill amends the Aeronautics Act to create an exception for the application of another statute, and that statute, of course, is the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, or as we know it around here, PIPEDA. Now, the bill amends that Aeronautics Act, and PIPEDA is the main federal legislation governing privacy rights and obligations in the private sector. To date, its application in the aviation context has mainly concerned the handling of personal information of passengers flying on Canadian aircraft. Now, PIPEDA is the main federal legislation, as I've mentioned. Organizations are generally prevented from collecting, using, or disclosing the personal information of customers to third parties without the customer's consent, except in certain specified situations involving law enforcement, national security, defense, international affairs, compliance with a warrant or subpoena, as well as other situations that would rarely apply in the air travel context, such as, of course, debt collection. Currently, the Aeronautics Act exempts the operators of aircraft from PIPEDA's restrictions on disclosing personal information without consent when the laws of a foreign state require disclosure of information about anyone on board a flight that is landing in that state. And of course, being from my riding, we've had issues with this over the years, especially concerning the town of Gander, which of course is the home of the Gander International Airport, which has been a very important route for many people over the years, because it is part of the Great Circle route, and as a result, a lot of people do pitch into Gander, as we say, because of the whether refueling and the like. It's been a famous refueling stop for many years, and continues to be. And of course, with that in mind, we certainly do appreciate the security, and we certainly do know much about the international laws when it comes to privacy. Now, accordingly, passenger information for any Canadian flight that will land in a foreign state, whether or not the flight originates in Canada, can be disclosed to a foreign government without restriction by the air carrier, provided the disclosure meets the existing requirements in the Aeronautics Act, and is required by the laws and of the foreign state. Such disclosure would not require the consent of the passengers or the triggering of the normal exceptions in the PIPEDA legislation, which I discussed earlier. Therefore, what brings us here today in the first or second reading and through committee, and now at this stage, at third reading, is the amendment. C-42 amends this section to expand its application. It would now apply not only with respect to foreign states in which the flight is landing, but also to any foreign states that the flight would travel over. Accordingly, whether or not the foreign state that a flight lands in requires the disclosure of any personal information under this bill, an air carrier would be able to provide disclosure without consent or other restrictions to which it would normally be subject under PIPEDA, if the laws of the foreign state on the flight path, of course, require it. And again, PIPEDA being the Personal Information Protection and Electronics Documents Act. So, in addition to this, of course, it also has a great effect. It's an in-depth piece of legislation, as this amendment will look at, the Passenger Protect Program. The Aeronautics Act is the authority for a federal government program called the PPP, or the Passenger Protection Program. It's informally known as, and of course this is in the common vernacular of today, we know it as the no-fly list, under which Transport Canada provides aircraft operators with a list of names of potential passengers that must be checked before issuing a boarding pass. It's the Specified Persons List, as it's called. There has been much discussion about this program. It is intended to identify potential terrorists in airline passenger lists and block them from boarding domestic or international flights. It is similar to a parallel program run in the United States for the same purpose. And of course, as you know, there's been some great heated discussion about this particular no-fly list, as some people have found themselves on this list for reasons that are similarity of name and so on and so forth. There may be some past association that no longer has any bearing on their behavior today. But unfortunately, they do find themselves on that no-fly list, and therefore we have a lot of complaints. I know many members of Parliament in this sitting here right now would agree with me when they say they've received several calls regarding the no-fly list and how some people have managed to end up on that list, for example, just having the same name as someone who is under suspicion, we'll say. So the program was the focus of some controversy in the early days, and Transport Canada, assisted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, or CSIS, they added names to the list without the knowledge or consent of the potential passengers. Now, there has been considerable concern that names will end up on the list mistakenly, as I pointed out, resulting in an innocent passenger being banned from air travel. For example, media reports, and here's a good example, that two young boys, a 15-year-old junior champion athlete and a 10-year-old, both named Alistair Butt, were initially stopped from taking domestic Air Canada flights in 2007 because this name appeared on the list. So the Privacy Commissioner of Canada joined with all of her provincial and territorial counterparts in the year 2007 to issue a resolution expressing concerns about the PPP, or the no-fly list, and recommending that it be referred to the Parliamentary Committee for study. Now, the resolution also recommended, amongst other things, that more detailed and specific legislation authority for the program be developed under the Aeronautics Act, and an independent oversight body be established for the program, which brings us to this debate now. Several parliamentary committees have received briefings about the program, and since then, most notably, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security and on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. In 2009, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada conducted an audit of the program, PPP, or the Passenger Protect Program. And under Transport Canada, it is regulated, as I mentioned. And in most respects, the program was compliant with the applicable statutes and policies, although there were some points that needed attention. The Privacy Commissioner of Canada intends to follow up with another audit of the program in this year, 2011. So, Bill C-42, which is what we are here to do third reading debate on, deals with what happens to the personal information of passengers once the air carriers have obtained it, either from Transport Canada's specified persons list or from another source. It therefore affects the application of PIPEDA, the statute which regulates the air carriers as private sector organizations, rather than the Privacy Act, the statute which regulates the federal public sector. So, C-42, pardon me, it contains two clauses. The first clause provides its abbreviated title, the Strengthening Aviation Security Act, and of course the second clause amends the Aeronautics Act, the crux of the bill, to exempt the operators of aircraft from the restrictions in PIPEDA on disclosing personal information without consent when the laws of a foreign state require disclosure of information about anyone on board a flight over that particular state. Specifically, passenger information for any Canadian flight that will fly over a foreign state, whether or not the flight originates in Canada, could be disclosed by the air carrier to that state's government without restriction, providing the disclosure meets the existing requirements in the Aeronautics Act and is required by the laws of the foreign state. Such disclosure would not require either the consent of the passengers or the triggering of the normal exceptions that we pointed out, which of course were in PIPEDA. And I understand many of the concerns that are being brought forward here today. Many concerns of the NDP, and certainly the concerns of the average individual, and of course individuals and our society in general who require the protection and want to feel secure, and they depend on us here as commoners, certainly as MPs, to enact the laws that provide the security of the people. And of course, we also hold the bar rather high when the government puts forward legislation like this, which is why putting it through committee and amendments were made. So, at a Transport Committee hearing on air safety on May 11, 2010, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Chantal Bernier stated that the U.S. will retain this information for as long as 7 days to 99 years. She also added, our understanding, quote, our understanding, is that information collected can be disclosed and used for purposes other than aviation security, such as for law enforcement and immigration purposes. The government, waiting until the last sitting day before the summer recess, a transparent move to avoid parliamentary scrutiny over these measures, we feel. Now, the amendment to the bill at Transport Committee to introduce oversight measures, such as periodic parliamentary review, and a requirement that airlines and travel agents inform Canadians of this information transfer before, note the key here, before their ticket is purchased. So, the opposition is very concerned about the changes being proposed in C-42, which we brought up, of course, in second reading of this debate. The Aeronautics Act already allows for the disclosure of personal information by airlines to foreign states, and if the flight is landing within the foreign state itself. Now, of course, the Act also provides a legislative authority to create the no-fly list, or the PPP, intended to identify potential terrorists in airline passenger lists and block them from boarding domestic or international flights. And of course, as we know, since the early part of the last decade, since 9/11, this has been an incredibly large issue in the United States, particularly for reasons that are obvious, but it's also become a very important issue here as for the security of our people. And of course, since that time, it's now 2011, that took place about 10 years ago, close to 10 years ago, we find ourselves now looking at the situation in a different light. Many of our laws have been changed since then to provide for the security of peoples, for we've seen many incidents have taken place internationally, whether it be London bombings or in the Middle East and other areas and other major destinations across Europe and North America that have been threatened, and of course in some situations attempts to create mass acts of terrorism have been thwarted. And a lot of the measures that we have taken as a government, internal security matters as well as foreign security matters, have been implemented, and some certainly have been quite successful in thwarting the attempts of some people who wish to do terrorist acts around the world. And again, not just in North America, but around major destinations all over the world, including key points, key ports in Asia as well as Europe. So the no-fly list, however, is not infallible. Further, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada has expressed concerns with the measures enabled in the Aeronautics Act by further changing the Act, forcing Canadian airlines to disclose personal information of Canadian passengers for simply flying over a foreign state. Now, C-42 further endangers the privacy rights of Canadians, which we acknowledge and work through committee. Maintaining public security, however, is important, and a balance must be achieved. The opposition members here expressed this concern when the bill was referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Liberal members amended the bill in 3 specific ways. First, the House of Commons will be required to conduct a review of these measures 2 years from the date they come into force and every 5 years thereafter. Second, this data transfer will be limited to the U.S. in legislation, or to us in legislation. The original version of the bill allowed the Canadian government to add other countries by order in council. Third, airlines and travel agents will be required by Canadian law to inform passengers of this impending data transfer before their ticket is purchased. And it is important to note that the Canadian government did secure an exemption for Canadian flights where the origin and destination are both in Canada, but the plane would enter U.S. airspace. So, C-42, it amends the Aeronautics Act, as I mentioned earlier. The operators of aircraft from the restrictions in PIPEDA on disclosing personal information without consent when the laws of a foreign state require disclosure of information about anyone on board a flight over that particular state. Currently, the Aeronautics Act exempts the operators of aircraft from PIPEDA's restrictions on disclosing personal information without consent when the laws of a foreign state require disclosure of information about anyone on board a flight that is landing in the States. And of course, that is why, when we looked earlier at the situation, we decided to make the amendments and through the committees, and now we find ourselves here at third reading to pass on. Accordingly, passenger information for any Canadian flight that will land in a foreign state, whether or not the flight originates in Canada, can be disclosed to a foreign government without restriction by the air carrier, provided the disclosure meets the existing requirements in the Aeronautics Act and is required by the laws of the foreign state. Such disclosure would not require the consent of the passengers or the triggering of the normal exceptions, of course, in the PIPEDA part of the Aeronautics Act. And once again, PIPEDA, Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act. I wouldn't want anyone to get too confused on all these acronyms, but we keep repeating them like everybody in the world knows, so I had to throw that in again. Only specific pieces of information will be required by the U.S. government: name, birth date, gender, as well as flight and passport information as available. The U.S. government insists this information will only be used for no-flight list matching. The U.S. has the right to control its own airspace. Realize that, and that, of course, is enshrined under international law. If we were not to pass this bill, Canadian airlines would be barred from U.S. airspace, which would cripple their ability to operate. And, of course, this is the situation we find ourselves in. As I mentioned earlier, of course, security over the past 10, 15 years has changed dramatically. Obviously, at the beginning of the decade, we found ourselves in a situation where security was the utmost when it comes to acts of mass terrorism. We found ourselves creating and enacting legislation that changed our behavior in many ways. In many ways, it changed our way of thinking. And this was not only isolated to the United States, which were the recipients of the damage, of course, of 9/11 in a most inhumane manner. But here in this country, we also
realize just how linked we are with the United States, both in trade, air travel, borders, which is still a contentious issue, at the same time maintaining our sovereignty, and of course respecting the privacy rights of all individuals. So we find ourselves in a situation where we balance our right to privacy and also our right to be secure. Therefore, this debate, I am very interested over the past year, where this debate has given us a chance to flesh out what is that balance to achieve between what is security and what is, of course, the right to privacy. And I think in this particular case, since coming out of committee, that we have struck a balance that we certainly believe is the right way to go. And certainly, I would commend all members of this House voting for or against this piece of legislation for bringing this debate here and having a nice, mature debate about it, and how we achieve that balance and how we have the responsibility to secure our citizens in this country, and not just this country, but also for North America in general. But at the same time, we realize that we are a nation that respects its individuals, respects its citizens, and we have to uphold the very same rights in this country. So to do that, we have made our amendments that we feel are responsible. We brought our concerns to the table. We brought our concerns in second reading. We brought those concerns to committee, and I want to commend the specific standing committee on the work that they have done, the amendments that they have accepted, and now we find ourselves in this situation for third reading. And I think that this does go a long way to protecting our security, and certainly does good for our economy, and I think that we're also very respectful of the rights of our citizens to their privacy. I know that in the past little while this has been an issue of interest to me because, as I mentioned earlier, I do have one community in my riding that's played a very important role over the last 50 years or so when it comes to aviation, when it comes to international travel, and that is the town of Gander, home to the Gander International Airport, where Gander was the main refueling stop between major flights between Europe and North America. But the thing is that back in the day, 50s, 60s, 70s, and even into the 80s, air security was not debated as much, and certainly was not top of mind for citizens of this country at the time. It certainly is today. The world is changing. Gander has changed accordingly. The airport security regime has changed accordingly. We are now responding to threats today that we never faced many, many years ago, back when Gander International Airport was in its heyday, when they had, of course, major international flights coming from Europe and over to North America. So again, I thank you for this time, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on the proposed amendment C-42. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear a speech in the House from the member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, and Windsor, the homeland of my ancestors and my deceased wonderful grandfather. You make cogent arguments, thoughtful arguments, but I have to add, and I'd appreciate a response from the honourable member. He speaks of the need to balance interests, the need to ensure that Canadians are secure against terrorists, and the need to balance rights. And so I would ask him why he did not take the additional move of saying, at a minimum, surely this bill before our House should at least include the minimum conditions that the Europeans sought and obtained from the United States of America to protect the interests and security of the citizens of Europe. Why did they not propose amendments on reciprocity? Surely that's what would secure us. This is not going to secure Canadians. It may, in the minds of American lawmakers and security officers, provide greater security to them, because many still believe that the terrorists all came from Canada. But I fail to see how any of these measures are ensuring the security of Canadians. It's somewhat troubling to me that some of the speeches in the House, including the one by the honourable member, despite the fact that he provided very cogent arguments and very interesting information on the background of the no-fly list and so forth. I think it's important for the House to remember that we're not talking about mere friendly principles. We're talking about our basic constitutional rights. These include the constitutional right to the security of the person, including the right not to be deprived except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice or due process. The right to be of notification. Now, they're attempting to deal with that, but I guess my question would be, is it enough simply to be notified, or is that going to be in fine print at the bottom of the ticket? The Charter provides the right to be heard. It provides Canadians the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure, the right not to be arbitrarily detained and imprisoned. These are not minor friendly principles. These are overriding constitutional charter rights. And we can't talk about a balancing of ensuring that Americans feel secure against potential terrorists coming from Canada and flying over their airspace against our constitutionally entrenched rights. And I can assure you that if we raise the same kind of impingements on the freedoms of Americans, there would be a great hue and cry. So where is the reciprocity in what the member is proposing to make sure that this act does not, in fact, imbalance and throw the scales out of balance and, in fact, impinge on our constitutional rights in the interests of Americans' fear?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I want to thank the honourable member for a question because I think it's a good one. And it's a good one in the sense that we've struggled with this for quite some time. And to say that her concerns, I'm not going to dismiss her concerns. Let's just put it that way. This is something that I think she puts a good argument towards. I think that is something that is the balance that we've achieved. Obviously, both of us have a different version as to where that balance lies. But nonetheless, her arguments about reciprocity certainly are good ones. But of course, we find ourselves in a situation where it's not a black or white issue in many cases. There is a lot of matter in here that we sift through, and we want to do this for the security of not just Americans, but also for North Americans, including us. And I think that this piece of legislation does go forward in doing that for all of us. So we find ourselves in a situation, as I mentioned earlier, some of the amendments that we put forward that we felt that were key to this were three specific ways. First, the House of Commons will be required to conduct a review of these measures 2 years from the date that they come into force and every 5 years thereafter. Second, the data transfer will be limited. U.S. in legislation, the original version of the bill allowed the Canadian government to add other countries by order in council. And of course, third, airlines and travel agents will be required by Canadian law to inform passengers of this impending data transfer before the ticket is purchased. And again, it is important that the Canadian government did secure an exemption for Canadian flights where the origin and destination are both in Canada. The plane would enter, of course, into U.S. airspace. I know that things are rather different, the reciprocity issue when it comes to Europe, of course. But again, in achieving this balance with C-42, we feel it's right to go forward. And of course, the review will look at that as well, which I think is a very important aspect of it. And again, going back to the security of Americans, while there's no doubt that the American government want to keep their citizens secure, but we do too. And the rights of privacy will also. And would the Americans be equally as upset the other way around? Well, certainly, I'm sure they probably would be. But in this case, in this particular case, I'm sure that they would also respect the fact that our airspace, which is very close to theirs, an attack to them is certainly in effect an attack on us, that we have to consider that we have that responsibility to keep our citizens secure. So I thank her very much for her question.
Excellent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor for his comments on this bill. I want to pick up on a particular part of this legislation and, in fact, the absurdity of putting this legislation forward in the first place. As the member will know, this bill is being proposed by a government that very recently told Canadians that they absolutely had to do away with the long-form census because it was far too intrusive. We couldn't ask people, couldn't possibly ask Canadians, gosh, how many bedrooms were in their home? How intrusive, how appalling that the Canadian government should know that about citizens, even though everyone in the country, except members of the Conservative Party, seem to appreciate how important census information in fact is for social planning, for effective planning, and all kinds of programs that affect average Canadian families. And yet, while they have a problem collecting that information, they have absolutely no difficulty sharing personal information of Canadian citizens with not only the U.S. government, but frankly with governments all over the world, including potentially governments like Panama, like Colombia. I'm not sure if Canadians realized with whom their information was going to be shared that they would not be here protesting right now outside of this building. Because the reality is the kind of information that's being shared isn't just point of departure, point of arrival for any particular air flight. It includes things like credit card information. More troublesome than that, it includes personal medical information that we're now sharing at the drop of a dime, really, as soon as this legislation becomes law. The Canadian government has done nothing to protect the personal information of Canadian citizens from being spread literally. You know, it's almost like the government wants to hit reply all. Send it to any agency, any government that might want this information, and is doing nothing to protect that information. And I find it passing strange that that's being introduced by the government over here. They're so unwilling to share their own information, government information, to which we as members of Parliament have a right. We saw it in the House this week. We couldn't get access to the costing of the government's justice bills. We couldn't get access to the projections of the cost of corporate tax cuts. We can't even get a straight answer about what happened in committee, whether a certain minister inserted the word "not" into funding for Kairos, which is an institution that we on this side of the House certainly fully support. We thought Kairos should get funding from this government. Yet the government is obfuscating what happened around that funding initiative. Although I have to say the obfuscation in this part isn't particularly effective, since every Canadian seems to know, which is why it's become an item in every single news outlet, media outlet all over the country. Nonetheless, the government is trying to protect itself from having to give out information about what it's doing, but it has no problem disseminating widely information about its citizens. I wonder if the member is at all troubled by that.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, a brief response.
Okay, well, C-42, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, in comparison with the long-form census controversy, certainly the irony is not lost on me, I can assure the member that. The lack of intrusion on the long-form census and the so-called intrusion in this particular bill certainly is I guess the ideology doesn't rub together, but nonetheless, I appreciate her comments. And I do appreciate the fact that in this particular case, well, obviously there's probably a little more information that under different circumstances that people would not want to sacrifice to any airline or any particular individual about their privacy. But again, we find ourselves in a new age, in a new era. And therefore, the balance that I think that has been achieved is, well, is close to being achieved here. And I thank the House, and I thank her for her question as well.
Order à l'ordre. Déclaration des députés.
The honourable member for Le Binière-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the absolute priority of Conservative members throughout Quebec is economy. The people in my riding are categorical. They do not want an election. They do not understand why the leader of the Bloc Québécois and his members insist on making unreasonable requests for the next budget, which have the sole purpose of triggering needless elections. The Conservative government listens to Quebecers in the regions. Thanks to their assistance and targeted investments, L'Aubignan-Chaudière obtained concrete results throughout the riding. We have repaired our bridges, our roads, our viaducts, and built a sports community and multifunctional infrastructure. Since 2006, our government's initiatives, such as Canada's Economic Action Plan, have supported the vitality and dynamism of our population. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the leadership of people in L'Aubignan-Chaudière will bring hope and promise for future generations. Thank you.
Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past week across Cape Breton, many people mourned the loss of a community leader and a great Canadian. John J. Nugent has been fire chief for Sydney Mines, Nova Scotia for 31 years. He worked as a coal miner and a postal worker. He was instrumental in the construction of a local fire hall and community centre, which fittingly was named after him. A dedicated fire chief, John made sure his department had the latest in training and equipment, making Sydney Mines one of the best volunteer fire departments in this country. John didn't seek the spotlight, but demonstrated great courage by saving a boy from drowning on the ice-covered pond. For his actions, John was awarded the Star of Courage from the Governor-General of Canada. John J. Nugent was a father and a grandfather, and he will be missed by all who know him, especially his family and friends. I urge all members of the House of Commons to remember him as an outstanding citizen. His legacy as a community involvement will live on for future generations.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. On February 15th, on the occasion of a dinner organized by the Board of Trade of Metropolitan Montreal, the CEO of the Port of Montreal told us about the world shipping industry for the future, a promising future where container transport will see sustained growth and the Port of Montreal will thrive thanks to its geographical location. By 2015, the current facilities will no longer suffice, and it is in contrecarre, in my riding of Verchères-les-Patriotes, that the Port of Montreal has chosen to continue its growth. Like the Marguerite Duville RCM, I am thrilled at this announcement that will bring major economic benefits for our region and Quebec. Whereas the Port of Montreal is a veritable gateway to North America, we hope that the federal government will support this wealth-generating project, especially through the border crossings and gateway funds, for which Quebec often does not receive its fair share. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, every day I receive desperate messages from seniors, unemployed workers, or low-income constituents who live in fear regarding how they will manage their energy bills. Electricity rates alone have increased more than 26% in Ontario under the current provincial government. People, especially seniors and lower-income families, are falling further and further behind. The reality is, without immediate government action, many of these people will lose their homes. I therefore call on this government to adopt the NDP proposal to take the federal portion of the HST off home heating costs and give Canadians a break on their utility bills. This government has utterly failed Canadians when it comes to pension protection, environmental protection, job creation, and respect for our veterans. Canadians don't ask for much, but they do have every right to expect a government that's prepared to look after bread and butter pocketbook issues. Some tax relief on energy bills would go a long way to keep the wolf from the door.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome 3 new doctors to the city of Williams Lake, BC, which is in the great riding of Caribou, Prince George. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been a critical shortage of doctors in Williams Lake over the last couple of years, so I'd like to welcome with great joy Dr. Miandi Els, Dr. Billy Longland, and Dr. Delane Wasserman. These doctors are family physicians who've come to Canada from South Africa. And, Mr. Speaker, I am so proud of the role my riding office played in my 2 wonder ladies in my office, Jen and Soraya, that helped to facilitate these 3 doctors and their families coming to Canada and indeed to Williams Lake, BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Education is the cornerstone of our country's efforts to grow and prosper, and it's crucial to make sure that our children have access to a top-class learning environment. At the heart of our educational institutions are the teachers and administrators who work tirelessly to provide knowledge to our children, which is why I am pleased to rise today to recognize Ms. Donna Manos for being named one of the Canada's outstanding principals by the Learning Partnership. Depuis 2007, Madame...
Since 2007, Ms. Manos, principal of the Honoré Mercier School in Saint-Léonard, has spared no effort to ensure that her students receive the best education possible. She never hesitates to do everything in her power to meet every child's needs. As member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, former school board member and parent in the riding, I am very pleased to commend Ms. Manos, and I wish her every success in the carrying out of her duties. Congratulations, Ms. Manos.
Honourable Member for Nepean, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, let us pay tribute to Sergeant Donald Kwasny. Don was born in a coal mining town in Alberta in 1919. The oldest of 8 children, he left school during the Depression to support his family. as part of the 1st Armoured Brigade. Sergeant Kwasny served in England, Sicily, and across Italy. In 1943, his unit fought its way up the Italian peninsula, sometimes in hand-to-hand combat. He fought in the Battle of Monte Cassino, helped liberate Rome, advanced to Florence, survived under a record 441 consecutive days of bombardment, and earned 5 medals for service and bravery. He went on to serve the Cavalry Police Force for 31 years, becoming the Sergeant of Detectives. Sadly, Sergeant Kwasny passed away in Calgary on January 11th, age 91, and was laid to rest with military and police honors. He was a great and true Canadian hero.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne, Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to a volunteer in my riding named Mr. Sarto-Duperré. He richly deserved the honour that was bestowed upon him by the City of Blainville when he received its Order of Merit. He began his volunteer work with the Scout movement in 1968. He was also involved in the Figure Skating Club, the Optimist Club, the Regional Recreational Council of the Laurentians, the Four Season Camp, and the Air Cadet Civil Commission. He also helped set up an assistance center whose objective is to bring last resort aid to underprivileged families of the Thérèse de Blainville Regional County Municipality. Recently, he helped set up the 50-Plus Center. Although he is 82 years old, he is still young at heart, and Mr. Duperré continues to help out his fellow citizens through his devotion and his commitment. Mr. Duperré, congratulations for this award. You deserve our greatest respect.
Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while our economic recovery is still fragile, increasing the flow of goods and people with our largest trading partner will lead to stronger economic growth and more jobs. Keeping our common borders open to commerce and closed to criminal activity and terrorist threats is the key to strengthening our sovereignty and solidifying our relationship with our southern neighbors. The Canadian and American economies are intimately linked, with some $1.6 billion worth of goods crossing between our borders every day. Not only are we talking of goods, but people-to-people movement is also essential to foster this strong relationship. Mr. Speaker, our cooperation is very unique in the world. The opposition needs to wake up to this reality, Mr. Speaker, and on this issue, they are acting like an ostrich with its head in the sand, oblivious to what is happening around them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a fellow elected official from my riding of Cape Breton-Canso. Ed McDonald, a former warden of Inverness County, passed away earlier this month. Red Eddie, as he was known, had a distinguished career in municipal politics. Over a quarter of a century, he was elected 9 terms as councillor and 3 terms as warden. Wow. He was a true servant of the people he represented. Anything but shy about making his voice heard when it comes to speaking up for his constituents. When asked to comment on Ed's legacy, longtime Port Hawkesbury Mayor Billy Joe McLean, who fought beside him on some and against him on a number of issues, stated that in his career he had come across few people more stubborn or bullheaded than Red Eddie McDonald. After speaking with Ed's wife, Mary Jess, a few days later, we agreed that Eddie would have worn those words as a badge of honor. On behalf of my constituents of Cape Breton-Canso and the members in the House, I offer my condolences to Mary Jess and all of Ed's family.
Excellent.
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is standing up for taxpayers at home and on the international stage. Yes, we are. Last year, we successfully fought a global banking tax that would have hit millions of Canadians in their pocketbook. While others were forced to bail out their banks with taxpayers' money, our banks survived without a dime of taxpayers' money to bail them out. Indeed, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banks the soundest in the world for 3 straight years. But the coalition doesn't agree. They want higher taxes. The NDP has a bill to tax Canadian banking transactions, punishing hardworking Canadians' wallets directly and indirectly. We are stunned the NDP and their coalition partners yet again want to raise taxes on Canadians. Rest assured, our Conservative government is committed to lower taxes. We have cut taxes for the average Canadian by $3,000 and will fight any new coalition tax hike.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard from Britain's House of Commons that Britain and Canada have been in serious discussions regarding the joint building of naval ships. Yet, even as they negotiate giving away Canadian jobs to other countries, the government continues to claim that they're fully committed to the national shipbuilding strategy, a strategy that we fought very hard for. As the MP for Halifax, where the Halifax Graving Dock Company started in 1889, and the shipyard continues on today as part of Irving Shipbuilding, I'm proud of the rich history of shipbuilders and shipbuilding throughout the Maritimes. It only makes sense to keep building ships in Halifax. We have the workers, we have the capacity, the history, and the know-how. Shipyard workers have said they don't trust this government. The Harper Conservatives broke their word on shipbuilding tariffs, and the people of Halifax are worried they'll break their word again. The government must stop endangering the jobs of Canadians and risking losing a century of skills. It's time to stand up and fight to keep these jobs in Halifax.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to congratulate Canada's World Cup cricket team, which gave England quite the scare this week, with batsman Rizwan Cheema almost scoring a century. Best of luck in the weeks ahead.
Hear, hear.
Last year, our Conservative government welcomed the highest number of immigrants since 1957. Yet the Liberals use cherry-picked statistics to say the numbers are going down, not up. I wish Liberals weren't only in it for themselves. Here are the facts. Conservatives increased economic immigration to historic highs. In 2011, we will help up to 65,000 mums, dads, husbands, wives, and children immigrate here under the FC1 and FC4 family class programs. The Liberals, meanwhile, let backlogs expand and processing times explode. Our Conservative government will continue to support immigration, including supporting cricket players in Canada, such as Rizwan Cheema and Tyson Gordon, while pursuing immigration policies that will attract the Canadian Sachin Tendulkar. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Gatineau. The third Monday of every February is devoted to the memory of Louis Riel, who was hanged by the Conservative government of John A. Macdonald following the Northwest Rebellion. Riel's struggle and that of the Métis resulted in the creation of Manitoba. He paid for the defense of the rights of his people with his life. The day after his hanging, Honoré Mercier, future Premier of Quebec, stated, "Riel, our brother, is dead, victim of his devotion to the cause of the Métis, of which he was the leader, victim of the fanaticism of Sir John A. Macdonald and his friends. And may the blood stain they wear on their forehead be as indelible as the memory of their cowardice." Today, the Bloc Québécois honors the memory of Louis Riel and the struggle of the Métis to bring democracy to French Canada. Thank you, Louis Riel.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's homeless population is somewhere between 200 and 300,000 people. Another 1.7 million struggle with housing affordability issues. The Homeless World Cup of Soccer brings thousands of players together in a phenomenal once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play soccer for their country and change their lives forever. Their courage, determination, and tremendous human spirit to overcome obstacles should be an inspiration to us all. Street Soccer Canada has been sending teams to the Homeless World Cup since 2004, and for the first time will send a women's team as well as a men's. I hope everyone in this House will join me in congratulating our Canadian stars in making it to the World Cup, and will hopefully take the opportunity to play Team Canada here on Parliament Hill this summer and send a message that we need a national strategy to fight homelessness.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it was also known as Ad Scammer Sponsorgate. It's been over 5 years since Justice Gomery told Canadians the truth about the Liberals' shocking culture of deceit, entitlement, and corruption in his report on the Liberal sponsorship scandal. Canadians are still waiting for the Liberal Party to pay back the millions of dollars they stole. That's right, stole from Canadian taxpayers through this disgusting breach of public trust. But that hasn't stopped the man at the top from holding out his hand for another taxpayer-funded payout. Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien will receive a $25,000 court-ordered payday for having suffered the inconvenience of a hearing on the corruption that took place on his watch. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, the culture of deceit, entitlement, and corruption of the Liberal government is a thing of the past. But, Mr. Speaker, I again ask on behalf of Canadian taxpayers, where's the $40 million?
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, they've been called little white ones. They've been called big fat ones. Those that tell them are at risk of having their pants catch on fire. What we know is that the Minister for International Cooperation is standing smack dab in the middle of it, in the middle of one, and we know that the Prime Minister refuses to do anything about it. We've seen the contempt that's been shown for this place. We've seen the contempt that's been shown for truth. This Prime Minister does not want to act. When will he fire this minister?
Exactly. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I say to my friend from Cape Breton, we know no such thing. Well, here's what we do know. We do know that the minister made a difficult decision. She made a courageous decision not to provide a $7 million grant to this particular non-governmental organization because she felt that money could be better spent to help some of the world's most poor and vulnerable people. The minister did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, it's been easier getting Hosni Mubarak out of the presidential palace in Cairo than it is to get truth out of this government. What we know, this minister from CEDA has misled Canadians in this chamber. She underlined those misstatements when she appeared before the Standing Committee. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want truth from their government. And when they don't get that, they expect the Prime Minister to show some integrity, to show some leadership. When will he replace this minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Here's what the Minister of International Cooperation said in this House. She said, ultimately, the decision to not provide funding was mine as Minister of International Cooperation. The Minister communicated her decision to the Department. And what the Minister did, Mr. Speaker, is work tremendously hard to help the most vulnerable people in the world. Rather than provide funding to this non-governmental organization, she's been a real leader in Haiti, she's been a real leader in Afghanistan, and she's been a real leader in helping Canada's commitment to double our aid to Africa.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been pretty quick to throw other ministers under the bus. The difference this time is that he's been driving the bus. His DNA is all over this crime scene, Mr. Speaker. What we want to do to establish. He wanted to silence his critics. He wanted to silence his critics. The big hand of PMO comes down, and it's got a pen in it. And that pen writes right across this application, not. Mr. Speaker, that's not what we want. The Prime Minister, we can't put up with this. Mr. Speaker, does he put up with this minister because it was he that put her up to it in the first place?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've just read a quote from this minister. She said 11 times last year in a committee of this place that it was she, as Minister of International Cooperation, that made the decision. She said in the House of Commons, and again, I'll repeat it for the member from Cape Breton, ultimately the decision to not provide funding was mine as Minister of International Cooperation. Let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker. This minister made a difficult decision. She made a courageous decision. This minister made the right decision to support the most vulnerable people in the world.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, Voltaire said, "Lie, lie bravely. Something will always remain." In the case of the Minister of International Cooperation, what remains is her limo. And we all know how fond she is of limos. And her seat at the cabinet table. The same thing goes for the immigration minister, who should take a look at himself in the mirror before accusing reporters of lying. How can the Prime Minister condone such repugnant behavior? The Honourable Government House Leader. The Minister was clear. She repeated 10 times at committee, and she repeated here in the House, that she made the decision not to grant funding to that organization. The minister made a tough decision, the right decision, and the decision to help the most vulnerable in Africa. The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than that. To most Canadians, being honourable means something pretty different from the way the Conservatives are behaving. And the bad example comes from the top. Does the Prime Minister understand that sending his 2 ministers to do his dirty work merely tries the patience of Canadians a little more? Or is he acting this way because he's cynical enough that that's exactly what he meant to do? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, that's not the case at all. The fact is, the Minister decided not to fund this NGO. She decided to spend that money in Africa and Haiti and Afghanistan to help the most vulnerable people. She's done an outstanding job in the past 5 years as a minister, and it's very important to emphasize that what my colleague says is not in fact the truth. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the pressure on the Minister of International Cooperation to resign is ever increasing. The 3 opposition parties raised a point of privilege about her misrepresentations around Kairos. Columnists and tens of thousands of Canadians have signed a petition. If the minister has any honour left, what's she waiting for? Why doesn't she resign? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts. The minister made a difficult decision not to fund that NGO. She said that here in the House, and she said it at committee, that she made the decision, and according to me, that was the right decision. It was a good decision. The Honourable Member for Joliette. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that on April 23rd, 2010, she said exactly the opposite, and she said it was CETA that made the decision. Despite pressure and our repeated demands, the Prime Minister is stubbornly keeping the minister at Cabinet. Did the Prime Minister intervene personally to overturn the funding to Kairos, and is that why he's keeping the minister in Cabinet? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the minister was quite clear that she made the decision. It couldn't be any clearer. She said so 11 times in committee and here in the House this week, and I can repeat it again for my dear colleague from the bloc. The minister made the decision herself. She was responsible for CETA's funding decisions. She makes the decisions, and she's responsible for the decisions. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. The member knows that that's not true. This government claims to be tough on crime, but they still haven't frozen the assets of the Ben Ali family. This former dictator pillaged and extorted from the Tunisian society for years. Today, the Tunisian people are calling on Canada to freeze the assets of this thief. Does the Minister of Foreign Affairs realize that by refusing to freeze Ben Ali's assets, he's sending a signal to the dictators of the world that Canada is a haven for those fleeing justice? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
The members of the Ben Ali regime are not welcome in Canada. Canada is ready and willing to use all tools at our disposal, including working with the international community to support democracy in Tunisia.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, members of the Ben Ali family are expert money launderers, and the government knows that. Every day they wait. It's an opportunity for the Ben Ali family to transfer their money into tax havens. Is the government aware that its inaction makes it an accomplice to those who have stolen from the people of Tunisia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Working with the Tunisian government on this issue. We have communicated to the Tunisian government clearly and on several occasions the specific information necessary for Canada to freeze any assets in Canada. The government of Tunisia has not yet responded to our request. We remain committed to working cooperatively to bring justice for the people of Tunisia.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Government House Leader used the word courageous 8 times during question period, once describing a wounded veteran, but 7 times referring to the Minister of International cooperation, and twice already today. So let's see. Courage is misleading a parliamentary committee and pretending bureaucrats recommended this decision. Mr. Speaker, real courage is showing leadership, acknowledging your mistake and taking responsibility. When will this government stop talking the mindless talking points and take responsibility for this gross misconduct?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It won't come as any surprise to my friend from Vancouver East that I reject the premise of her question. The Minister has been clear that she took the decision on behalf of her department. The Minister is not one to go along to get along. She's not afraid to take difficult decisions, and I think she made a good decision in this regard. Just because a non-governmental organization gets a grant from the government doesn't mean that they have an entitlement to receive it in perpetuity. This Minister has, I think, done a lot to reform CETA. She's done a lot to ensure that every single dollar that's allocated to support the most vulnerable in difficult and poor places in this earth can get the best result for the Canadian taxpayer.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, is accountability a meaningless concept? Is it actually beneath actually answering a question now beneath them? Mr. Speaker, we've become accustomed to the Conservatives' methods. Promises of openness followed by secrecy. Promises of transparency followed by withholding crucial financial information. Promises to close revolving doors for lobbyists followed up by unprecedented access to ministers and now condoning unethical behaviour. Will they grow up and take responsibility for these mistakes?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, it's this government that brought in the Federal Accountability Act, the toughest anti-corruption legislation in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. It clamped down on made major reforms to the lobbying registry, made major reforms to eliminate the influence of big money, and made major reforms, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we had an independent ethics commissioner that simply didn't work as a staffer in the PMO, something that was absent in the 13 long years of the previous Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, ever since Embassy Magazine uncovered the doctor document exposing the minister's sneaky conduct, Conservatives have concluded that twisted talking points, not honesty, was the best policy. CETA officials recommended funding Kairos because they are devoted to helping others, defending human rights, and helping build democracy. Yet Conservatives cut funding to organizations like Kairos based on ideology, not aid effectiveness. When will this government acknowledge that foreign aid should be based on good policy and effective work, and when will they reinstate Kairos' funding?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister has been very clear that she was the one that took the decision with respect to not providing the $7 million grant to an organization. Let me read a quote from her Deputy Minister, a well-respected public servant, who said, "This is quite normal, and I certainly was aware of her decision. The inclusion of the word not is just a simple reflection of what her decision was." I don't know what kind of standard the Democratic Party would like to take, but in this government, elected officials make decisions, Mr. Speaker, and that's the way it should be.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, it's bad enough to falsify documents and to mislead the House, as the Minister of International Cooperation has done. But when you look at who the minister is attacking in such a fraudulent way, it's really sickening. Since 1967, Development and Peace has carried out around 14,000 projects and delivered over $440 million worth of international aid. Cutting off funding to Kairos is an attack on development and peace. What have the Conservatives got against development and peace? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working to make sure that aid is efficient, effective, and focused. That's true. We want to ensure that our assistance is getting into the hands of those who need it the most. We do. And so our aid effectiveness agenda is focusing assistance on food security, children and youth, and sustainable economic development.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, after the tsunami in Indonesia, Development and Peace rebuilt 3,000 houses for victims. Almost half of the assistance from Development and Peace goes to South America, over a third to Africa, and the rest mainly to Asia. Canadians gave no one a mandate to abandon the poorest in the world. How can the Conservatives have the nerve to attack an organization that is so worthy, and to do it in a fraudulent way to boot? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, and as I said before, our government is working to make sure that aid is getting to the people who need it the most. And I'd like to tell the House about some of the amazing projects that we are working on, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I announced the new the Aboriginal Youth Internship Program, and each year, 140 Canadian Aboriginal youth will have the opportunity to work in developing countries on Canadian-supported development projects with recognized organizations. That's getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the House Leader's claim, the Conservatives are taking foreign aid away from the poorest of the poor and giving it to the wealthiest of the wealthy. Barrick Gold, Canada's largest and wealthiest mining company with a market capitalization of $47 billion, is the happy beneficiary of a $500,000 corporate social responsibility grant in Peru. Is that what the House Leader had in mind when he said, Mr. Speaker, that the Kairos decision was based on focusing limited funds to help the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable in the developing world?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the opportunity to clean up something that he misled the House on last week. Barrick Gold has received absolutely no money from the Canadian government or CETA. The pilot project to which the member refers started in 2009. It is putting local Peruvians to work as part of a reforestation program. Barrick Gold has contributed over $150,000 to this project, and we'd like to see more companies get involved in corporate social responsibility. We welcome support from Canadian companies that want to help the world's people.
For Scarborough, order. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood. Order.
It's a wonderful example of reverse Robin Hood, Mr. Speaker. Sudan just went through a painful and bitter, some would say genocidal, separation of northern and southern Sudan. Kairos has been there for years attempting to bring peace and democracy. Just as the people of southern Sudan embraced peace and democracy, the CETA minister, at the direction of the Prime Minister, cut Kairos funding, and Kairos was forced to close its office and abandon Sudan. Mr. Speaker, is this just one more example of what the House Leader had in mind when he said that the Kairos decision was based on helping the poorest of the poor?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again I will reiterate, our government is working to make sure aid is efficient, it's effective, and it's focused. We want to ensure that every assistance dollar that we put out there is getting into the hands of those who need it the most.
That's prudent.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The Conservatives' indecent subsidies to the oil patch make taxpayers sick to their stomachs in Quebec and everywhere else in Canada. According to a broad poll, the majority of Canadians want these tax gifts ended. Public money should instead be used to reduce our reliance on oil. When will the government stop giving the oil patch a free ride? When will oil companies pay their fair share of taxes? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Once again, the Bloc Québécois is trying to create division on the energy file. What's important to understand is with the oil sands and energy resources, Canada could be an energy superpower, and that creates hundreds of thousands of jobs here in Canada. And never will we hide the fact that the energy sector can help our economy grow and help economic recovery in the years to come. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. In addition to helping the oil patch, which is already making indecent profits, the Conservatives are very attentive to Ontario car makers who are calling for new subsidies. However, the Conservatives just gave them $10 billion. When will the Conservatives realize that it's Quebec's turn now to get its fair share and that Quebec has industries that have waited far too long. They've been left to fend for themselves, like forestry, aerospace, and more broadly, manufacturing in Quebec. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, they're completely out of touch. Economic Development Agency of Canada is more active than ever before. In forestry, there was $1 billion for diversification and for community assistance. These people voted against it. Imagine how ineffectual they are. We've had $1 billion for pulp and paper. There have been Tambec and Domtar announcements. Mr. Speaker, let's get real. Imagine them going around their ridings taking credit for what we've done. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, when it's time to help Western companies and Ontario companies, the Conservative government is front and centre. But when it's time to help Quebec companies, the Conservatives are just getting in the way. The Superior Court has given Davies Shipyard a stay or time to restructure, but this week the Conservatives amended the biggest naval shipbuilding call for tenders in Canadian history to prevent Davies Shipyard from bidding. Why is the government trying everything it can do to exclude Davies Shipyard from Lévis from being able to bid?
On these contracts, we obviously encourage that, but companies that are doing business with the Government of Canada do have to be solvent. That is a requirement to be able to bid on these contracts.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The Conservatives, when they were elected, said it was important to be in government to be heard. And yet the people of Lévis can see that their MP, who's a Conservative, is incapable of guaranteeing that Quebec gets its fair share of shipbuilding contracts. What's worse, they can see that he's part of a government that's trying to exclude Lévis for the benefit of Halifax and Vancouver shipbuilding. Why did the Conservatives change the call for tenders at the last minute specifically to exclude Davies Shipyard?
Competitive process, but it is an open, fair, and transparent process that is underway in its arm's length. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, there is an independent fairness monitor that has just issued a draft report, and he has stated that, in his opinion, the decisions that have been made objectively, free from personal favoritism and political influence, and they encompass the elements of openness, competitiveness, transparency, and compliance. And that is exactly how we will continue to run this process.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
2 weeks after the Prime Minister claimed border integration between Canada and the United States, he's already failed Canadians twice. First, President Obama introduced a $5.50 border tax for Canadian travelers. And now, in the U.S. Congress, a proposed freight fee will cost importers and exporters over $100 million a day. That's over $40 billion a year. We Canadians are being asked to fix the American deficit. How did the Conservatives screw this up so fast?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me be very clear that this is a proposed bill, is not law, and it's a very bad idea, just like the passenger inspection fee proposed in the draft 2012 budget. We want to ensure that trade and travel between our countries is easier, not more difficult. We'll do everything we can as a government to make sure that happens.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, they're the ones who want this agreement. The United States are stuck with a huge debt crisis, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Despite that, a Conservative senator has proposed an integration similar to the European Union with a joint assembly. Are Canadians interested in having their policies dictated by the Tea Party and the Republicans? Can the Conservatives make the difference between cooperation and assimilation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Where the trade and travel between our two countries is made easier, not more difficult. This kind of a tax that would have harmful and negative long-lasting effects on trade that is vital to the economies of on both sides of the border And it's one of the reasons why our government has been clear that we will not raise taxes in the upcoming federal budget, unlike the honourable member opposite.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
The Prime Minister continues to show his contempt for Parliament and for Canadians who send us here by refusing to table the real cost estimates for his Conservative government's crime legislation. Take, for example, S9, the auto theft bill. The only documents tabled yesterday say it would only cost $600,000. That's only enough money to incarcerate roughly 7 more criminals each year. That's not only ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, it's an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. Why is this government hiding the real cost of this legislation from taxpayers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish for once the Liberal Party would talk about the costs of crime to the victims who suffer. What about we tabled in this House a response to the questions that the Liberal members requested, Mr. Speaker? What about the cost to insurance? What about the cost to victims when their car is robbed? Particularly in the city of Winnipeg, the number of automobiles that are stolen is incredibly high. Just once, Mr. Speaker, just once, I would like to ask the Liberals, would they once consider the cost to victims?
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what we're asking, is the cost. According to the document tabled yesterday, 13 of the crime bills will cost nothing at all, zero. The Conservatives are seriously trying to have us believe that it doesn't cost a single penny to keep a prisoner in his cell, that it doesn't cost anything to feed them, that prison guards do volunteer work. What fairy tale is the Minister of Public Safety living in? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Information that we tabled before Parliament yesterday is in response to the questions that the Liberals asked. One of the bills that will cost a significant amount of money is the Truth in Sentencing Act. This is the terrible situation we have where criminals get a two-for-one benefit to their sentencing, Mr. Speaker. But interestingly enough, when this bill passed Parliament on June 8th, the Liberals made no request for how much this would cost. They voted for it, and now we're asking the fact how much it would cost after. Why didn't they do their job and ask these questions before they supported this important legislation?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals launched a tour to promote their Liberal leader's reckless $6 billion tax hike, our Conservative government is standing up for lower taxes at home and abroad. On the global stage, we are fighting a global banking or financial transaction tax on Canadians. This tax would hit Canadians in their wallets, taking their hard-earned money out of our local communities to fund an unprecedented global tax. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please tell this House what our Conservative government is doing to oppose reckless tax hikes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer that question. Our Conservative government believes in low taxes, not higher taxes. We oppose and are fighting against the Liberal tax hike on job-creating businesses. We oppose any global financial transaction tax on Canadians as well. And unfortunately, the Liberal NDP Bloc coalition does not agree. I am absolutely shocked to report the NDP member from Burnaby, New Westminster, is introducing a bill to impose a financial transaction tax on Canadians. We will fight back against this new coalition tax both.
Order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has a big problem with its trade deal with Europe. This agreement will increase the price of our drugs. Today we found out that the car industry in Canada is also threatened by this agreement. These people are worried that the Canadian auto industry will be sold at bargain basement prices. What does the government intend to do now that this sector has joined others, such as agriculture, arts, and municipalities, to resist this bad trade agreement? What are they going to do? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. The member is simply incorrect in his entire statement. Absolutely. Canadian manufacturers compete with the best in the world. They can count on our government to continue to open markets and allow them to do this. A trade agreement with the European Union could boost Canada's economy by $12 billion. That includes improvements for sectors across the Canadian economy. Negotiations are ongoing, Mr. Speaker. There's no agreement yet, and the honourable member and other Canadians can rest assured that any agreement will be in the best interest of Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, that's not what the auto sector is saying, Mr. Speaker. We've seen what the Conservatives can do. Badly botched negotiations on softwood lumber, costing our softwood communities $1.2 billion and counting, and 50,000 jobs. Our companies are still being denied access to the U.S. because of botched Buy American negotiations. The auto sector now joins other sectors to say no to the botched EU negotiations. How can we trust a government so willing to sell out Canadian jobs, that doesn't do its homework, doesn't do its due diligence, is incompetent at the negotiation table? How can we trust Conservatives when they have failed Canadians again and again and again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what our government is committed to. We're committing to promoting free trade, opening new markets, and creating jobs for Canadians. Unlike the member opposite and his party, who are committed to creating higher taxes and having jobs leave Canada for the rest of the world, we want jobs to stay in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, before the next federal budget, the Bloc Québécois toured Quebec to find out about Quebecers' expectations. More than ever, a global reform of the EI system is necessary. Older workers, seasonal workers, young victims of discriminatory clauses, the self-employed and part-time women workers have denounced the deficiencies of the system. Instead of using UI premiums for other purposes, will the government finally improve the regime? The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, during the world recession, we started many initiatives to help people affected by the recession. This is why we had programs for senior workers, for people with long careers. We increased benefits by 6 weeks. We had many other programs that included training of workers so that they can find another job, another career after the recession. But, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc voted against all our initiatives. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Instead of improving the EI system, the Conservatives limit access to the system by not renewing a pilot project concerning the regions with high seasonal work rates. In Gaspé and the Madeline Islands, this change has tragic consequences. Will the government show some compassion and reinstate Pilot Project 13 to help seasonal workers? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government tries out Pilot Project to determine whether some approach or other will help the government attain its objectives. Since this government is responsible toward Canadian taxpayers, this pilot project was not successful enough, so we stopped it.
The member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Victims of Earl Jones have been defrauded of their life savings by a man who cared not one bit for their well-being, despite the trusting exterior he projected. But his victims are not only victims of a con artist, they are also victims of the federal taxman. The Canada Revenue Agency has refused to reimburse the victims of Earl Jones the taxes they paid for years on years of fictitious income. Where is the CRA when victims of white-collar crime come knocking to ask for their money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, this is ironic, Mr. Speaker. This issue came up in this House, Bill C-59, this week. The victims of Earl Jones have been very, very clear of what their expectations were of this party opposite. They've been sadly let down. They're the first to tell us that. I wish that this member would have stood in his place and supported Bill C-59, but he remained silent.
Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
That belongs to Earl Jones victims that this government is sitting on and earning interest on. For years, the victims of Earl Jones paid taxes on money they actually paid to themselves. In other words, the so-called interest they received and were taxed on was paid out of their own capital. Earl Jones recycled their money as part of his scheme. Why can't the government understand this and give the victims of Earl Jones their money back? Why is the government sitting on taxes paid on fictitious income?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the victims of the Earl Jones and other large frauds wonder what that party did for 13 years and wonder what they're doing right now on Bill C-59, why they didn't support it. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that people listen to their constituents. I know that Senator Larry Smith is listening to the constituents. I wish they would.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canada committed at the Cancun climate change negotiations to deliver a national low-carbon development strategy. But while the world waits and watches, this government does nothing. Despite promises at the G20 to end perverse subsidies to fossil fuels, they continue to give billions to coal-fired power and oil sands, while investing peanuts on alternative energy solutions. Mr. Speaker, time is running out. Why won't this government level the playing field for cleaner energy solutions and give Canada a clean energy future? Where is the strategy and who's...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
It's very ironic to hear that member standing up in the House and to say that we didn't invest a lot in the energy sector when we invested a lot. Historic investments, Mr. Speaker. We are going to a clean energy superpower here. And Mr. Speaker, guess what the member and her party did here in the House of Commons? They voted and they stood up and voted against each of these single budget. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada committed under the NAFTA Environment Agreement to directly engage concerned Canadians in decisions impacting the environment, yet Canadians remain shut out. The government supported my motion for a comprehensive public review of environment and safety risks from unconventional oil and gas development, but they refused to commission the review. They ran on a platform of openness and transparency, but opposed my bill to enshrine Canadians' rights to participate and hold the government accountable. Will this government finally deliver on these promises and support passage of Bill C-469?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, it's a very simple answer, no.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want illegal drugs in our communities. We don't want the problems that illegal drugs bring to the communities. Our government has brought in strong measures to fight the illegal drug trade with new tough crime laws. But illegal drugs are a scourge that many countries around the world are fighting against. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence update us on the things the Canadian forces are doing in this international fight against illegal drugs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we welcome home the crews of HMCS Toronto and 2 Aurora surveillance planes. We've been working for the past month with the U.S. Coast Guard in the Caribbean Sea on a counter-drug operation called Op Carib. They intercepted 1,650 kilograms of cocaine worth $33 million. The men and women of HMCS Toronto prevented these drugs from entering Canada and other North American communities. Since Op Carib started in 2006, over 1,000 metric tons of illegal drugs have been prevented from entering Canada, the United States, and other countries. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of the impressive ability of the Canadian forces to work with other nations to tackle problems like illegal drugs, which challenge our safety and security.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
The government's response on MS has been totally inadequate. A scientific working group with no CCSVI experts, a review of a handful of papers, no contacting of international experts, no asking for unpublished data, an estimated 12,500 liberation procedures undertaken worldwide while Canadians wait for 7 studies which are still in the planning stage. How can the minister claim to be moving ahead quickly?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to moving as quickly as possible on the best available science and is working with the MS Society, the MS clinics, and the provinces and the territories to ensure that all Canadians living with this disease receive scientifically valid information. Mr. Speaker, we are moving as quickly as possible based on best available science. And let me quote Dr. Marc Girard, President of Quebec Association of Neurologists. Now more than ever, these studies are necessary so as to better understand the prevalence of CCSVI and determine how research could proceed with respect to the approach proposed by Dr.
L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, Aboufian Abdelrazik has asked to be withdrawn from list 1267 of the UN Security Council since he's been totally exonerated. My colleague, the member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher, wrote to the Prime Minister about this 3 months ago. The Prime Minister responded that he was transferring this file to the Minister for Public Safety. This week, that minister wrote that he was transferring the file to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This game has lasted long enough. Who is going to seriously take care of this file to withdraw Abdelrazik from this list? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As you have stated on many occasions, there is a process in which you can delist yourself from this no-fly list. We have encouraged the lawyers of Mr. Abdelrazik to go through that process. Mr. Speaker, there is a process and they should follow that process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, average family debt in Canada now tops $100,000. That's $1.50 owed for every dollar earned. And since the recession began, the number of middle-class families falling behind on their mortgage payments has skyrocketed. Under this government, less than half of unemployed Canadians qualify for EI, meaning even a short-term job loss can be devastating. Mr. Speaker, when will this government start to pay attention to the plight of Canadians and fix the EI system so that they can have access to the benefits that they paid for?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out to this House and to Canadians that the people who do pay for EI, over 80% of them have access to it. In fact, well over 90% have access to EI benefits. And, Mr. Speaker, during the recent global recession, we made sure that we were delivering their payments to them on time. In fact, we increased the standards of payment, made sure that Canadians got them. Mr. Speaker, we also enhanced EI during the recession, offering an additional 5 weeks of benefits, making sure there was training available to help Canadians get the skills they need for tomorrow. Unfortunately, that member voted against each of these.
The Honourable Member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Force members work tirelessly to protect Canadians on our values at home and abroad. These men and women who have sacrificed so much deserve to be taken care of before and after their missions. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence tell us what the government is doing to help our serving Canadian Force members and our veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes our obligations to CF members and veterans. Today, the Minister of National Defence announced $7 million to support the establishment of 5 new Joint Personnel Support Units, bringing the total to 24. These centres provide a one-stop access to services like vocational rehab, mental and physical health resources, advice and financial support programs, information about Veterans Affairs programs, etc. Last fall, we announced the Legacy of Care program for critically injured members. We've almost doubled the number of mental health professionals, and we've invested in state-of-the-art rehab equipment. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to provide the best for our men and women in uniform who do the very best for us each and every day.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
The Health Minister claims she is working with the MS Society. However, the Society is asking the federal government for at least $10 million for research into CCSVI, including clinical trials if and when warranted. They are also pushing all levels of government to create registries to track Canadians who have been treated outside of Canada. Will the Minister listen to MS patients and take a leadership role in coordinating and funding this work?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, we have established the expert working group to monitor and analyze the results from the 7 MS Society-sponsored studies already underway, both in Canada and the United States. Provinces and territories and the federal government have also agreed to moving forward to clinical trials once the evidence is available, and that was confirmed in September. Provinces and the territories and the medical experts, MS Society, Canada and U.S. are all working together in moving this research forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that people wanting to work with Canada's most vulnerable must be thoroughly screened. That's why vulnerable sector screening is now required for teachers, social workers, taxi drivers, daycare workers, sport coaches, and many more. But delays in processing are now costing jobs and valuable services to our communities. The minister knows it because he announced new fingerprint scanners that will expedite checks. But he didn't announce any money for police forces to actually buy the machines. Instead of giving photo ops, will the minister commit today to actually give funding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, this government has put a great deal of money into this whole program. And we are working with law-abiding Canadians who selflessly give their time to coach and volunteer with vulnerable groups such as children. That's why we are pleased to announce the live scan technology will reduce waiting time for the vulnerable sector checks. And it's good news for volunteers and vulnerable Canadians who deserve the best protection possible.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellon. Mr. Speaker, in order to avoid airport fees, among other things, more and more Canadian and Quebec tourists drive to the U.S. to take their flight. According to a survey by the Hotel Association, 1 out of 3 vacationers uses this strategy. Hotels, airports, and airlines in Quebec and Canada are losing millions of dollars in economic spin-offs because of the greed of the federal government. When will this government review its policy with regard to taxes and airport fees? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker.
Supports a strong and competitive Canadian airline industry. We understand there are concerns and are continuing to look at this situation, just like all situations, Mr. Speaker, for the best interest of Canadians. However, there are many factors influencing a passenger's decision on which airport to use, including convenience, connectivity, and routings. Mr. Speaker, it is also worth noting that the Bloc Québécois voted against every investment that this government made in Quebec, including every infrastructure investment, new roads, new bridges, etc. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Merci, Monsieur President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Order 32 of the regulation, I have the honour to table in both official languages a copy of the report 2009 of the report of the NISCA final agreement.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Mr. Valeriot, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Collection of Cord Blood in Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, this bill calls on the Minister of Health to convene a national conference with the provincial and territorial health ministers to determine the most effective strategy for establishing, administering, and funding a national cord blood bank. Blood that is found in the umbilical cord of a newborn infant is composed of stem cells, which can be collected safely, ethically, and without controversy. These stem cells have been used for over 20 years in the treatment of many conditions and diseases, including anemia, leukemia, and sickle cell disease, and at an experimental level for the treatment of autoimmune disorders such as diabetes, multiple sclerosis, and vascular disorders. Canadians would benefit from a national bank. The provinces and territories of Canada have determined there is a need for a national collection which would be subject to our own safety standards and would increase the probability of a match inside our country. I hope all honourable members will join me in supporting this bill.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Mr. Valeriot, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet...
And will this bill be read a second time?
The House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant...
First...
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Government whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous agreement for the following, that in relation to its study on Canada-United States trade relations, 12 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Washington, District of Columbia in February, March 2011, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard it. Is it the House's pleasure to adopt this motion? I declare the motion carried. Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured today to present a petition signed by numerous cattle producers from southwestern Ontario. Many Canadians have forgotten that on May 20th, 2003, a single case of BSE was discovered in Alberta, causing a series of events that has devastated the cattle industry. Many of the cattle farmers that I've spoken with have told me that the prospect for a full recovery for the cattle industry remains unlikely in the immediate or foreseeable future. As the federal government is fully aware, a class action lawsuit was launched in 2005 and has now been certified and is proceeding to trial. The 135,000 hardworking Canadian farm families and the signatories on this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to appoint the Honourable Mr. Justice Frank Iacobucci as mediator to facilitate a settlement between the Government of Canada and the cattle farmers. Mr. Speaker, I hope the federal government strongly considers the ongoing financial and emotional hardships caused by this event to these families when responding to this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling the signatures of 120 people, which correspond to a petition to ensure that renovation budgets in affordable housing not be cut by the federal government. You know that the 544 housing offices in Quebec have produced a health record that proves the importance of carrying out major repair work in low-cost affordable housing. It is the federal government who is partly responsible for the situation, because it did not sufficiently invest in the maintenance and upkeep of a low-cost housing in Quebec since the early 1970s. We're talking about 65,000 households who live in low-cost housing in Quebec, and this work will allow for the protection of the sustainability of this housing, which is worth $7 billion, and the Quebec Housing Corporation needs this financial contribution because that's why these 120 individuals are calling on the Government of Canada to pay the public funds required to allow the Société d'Habitation du Québec to complete its renovation plan for low-cost housing, including the accumulated maintenance deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Strathcona.
I have the honour today to table a petition before the House from Canadians from across Ontario calling on the House of Commons to enshrine the Canada Health Act and the 5 principles of Medicare in the Canadian Constitution to guarantee the national standards of quality for publicly funded health care for every Canadian citizen as a right. They express concern that that would protect the 5 principles of Medicare, universal coverage, accessibility, portability, comprehensive coverage, and federal funding based on non-profit administration and provision of health care. Mr. Speaker, I have a second petition from residents of Calgary, Alberta, urging the House to hold hearings on the 65 F-35 Joint Strike Fighters. They express concern with the roughly $30 billion estimated cost over 30 years, and they express concern about the procedure, any procedure to approve this cost without open public hearings to review the costs and the needs, and to balance that off with the needs for icebreakers for the Arctic, transport aircraft, military, civilian personnel, and major boost to diplomatic corps, as well as the needs for environment, health, and education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions, Mr. Speaker. In the first,
The petitioners note that Canada is a country which respects human rights, including the right to life, and they note that it's been over 20 years since Canada's had a law to protect unborn children, so they call on petitioners to pass legislation which will protect human life from conception till natural death. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is the petitioners note that currently for people to receive old age security, they have to have contributed to Canadian society for at least 10 years. They note that there is a private member's bill, Bill C-428, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, which would reduce that requirement to 3 years, and they call upon Parliament to defeat that legislation. They believe the 10-year requirement is reasonable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present another petition today regarding chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency. MS patients are frustrated as they are being told to wait for the results of 7 studies to which there are already answered. International studies show 80 to 97% of MS patients have 1 or more venous abnormalities, depending on diagnostic or treatment method used, while an estimated 12,500 liberation procedures have been undertaken worldwide. 6-month progress reports from the 7 studies show that they have plans. 400 people die of MS each year in Canada. Many of them take their own life. We have been calling for clinical trials in the registry since the spring. The petitioners are calling for clinical trials with diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition today asking the federal government to preserve and enforce the Canada Health Act and the foundation of Medicare in every province and region of Canada, and maintaining the 5 principles of Medicare. And the petitioners call upon Parliament to enshrine the Canada Health Act and the 5 principles of Medicare in the Canadian Constitution to guarantee national standards of quality publicly funded health care for every Canadian citizen as a right. And I would like to thank Russ Rack, a CAW Local 222 retired worker who actually has taken the time to engage citizens in his community and raise this very important issue with them, asking them to sign these petitions. Congratulations to Russ Rack, and he and I both look forward to the answer from the Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise once more to talk about the EI pilot projects, which were recently extended into June, but the petitioners here from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador draw to the attention of the House of Commons that they would like to see these pilot projects extended indefinitely as on a permanent basis. These are beneficial to the area, especially the policy concerning the best 14 weeks in order to achieve your benefit rate. Now, if you use the last 14 weeks of the benefit rate, it becomes an impediment to employment for not only them, but to employers in the seasonal work industry, because they are unable to find people willing to work for these smaller weeks, given the fact that they will be reduced. So it becomes an impediment to work, it is bad for the employers, and hopefully that the government and these petitioners, primarily from Trouty, Sweet Bay, as well as Port Blandford, they want to see that these pilot projects to be made permanent in order to increase the benefits of EI. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a member of the party of Tommy Douglas, the father of Canadian Medicare, I proudly rise to present a petition from Ontarians. And these Ontarians request that the federal government preserve and enforce the Canada Health Act, the foundation of Medicare, in every province and region of Canada, and maintain the 5 principles of Medicare, those being, as you well know, Mr. Speaker, universal coverage, accessibility, portability, comprehensive coverage, and federal funding, based on a non-profit administration for the provision of health care. And these petitioners further call on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine the Canada Health Act and those 5 important principles in the Canadian Constitution, so that the right of Canadians to national standards and quality publicly funded health care is absolutely guaranteed.
Présentation de papers.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
And so ordered. The Chair has notice from two members. They're going to make submissions on a question of privilege raised yesterday. And I'll call upon the Honourable Member for Vancouver East first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question of privilege, and I also have a point of order. They're actually related, but I'd like to begin with the question of privilege. Yesterday, you heard in the House from the member from Scarborough-Gilwood and the member from Ottawa Centre about the question of the Minister of International Cooperation and the fact, the belief and the allegations that the Minister has deliberately misled the House members and the committee, and you heard those arguments yesterday. I would like to add some information to that same point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, by bringing to your attention a very recent ruling that has come from the legislature of Saskatchewan. It's a Speaker's ruling from Tuesday, May the 4th, 2010, and it has to do with representations by a minister, and in this particular case, whether or not the Minister of Health had committed contempt by purposefully misleading the Assembly about a particular matter. And while I won't go into the case, Mr. Speaker, I do want to quote a section of that Speaker's ruling because I believe that it will assist you in your deliberations on the matter before you. So the Speaker from Saskatchewan Legislature, what he says is, quote, "The charge that a member has made deliberately misleading statements, if well-founded, has been treated as contempt by this Legislative Assembly and other parliaments. On November the 3rd, 2009, I addressed another case of alleged contempt for misleading statements. In that case, I referred precedents that establish differences in the way such cases are treated in Saskatchewan compared to other jurisdictions. I will not repeat those precedents except to say that they're dated November 18th, 1975 and July 13th, 1982. These precedents establish that in Saskatchewan, the threshold of proof of an offence is not restricted to an admission of guilt. Contempt has been found on the basis of evidence. In this situation, the Minister has not admitted to have misled the Assembly, so the case must be reviewed on the documentary evidence provided by the Opposition House Leader." End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker in the Saskatchewan Legislature, in his ruling, then went on to look at the evidence in that particular case, and I won't again go into that because you can certainly read it if you wish, but I do want to then further quote the conclusion that the Speaker in Saskatchewan came to. What he said was, quote, "Because of these troubling questions and inconsistencies, I find there is sufficient evidence and reason to warrant the Assembly taking up this question and as such find that a prima facie case has been established." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to draw to your attention is that I believe that clearly in this ruling, the Speaker in Saskatchewan established that the test is not the member's statement in reply to an allegation. It is actually the evidence before the Speaker that establishes the prima facie case. And I do think that that's relevant to the case that is being put before you yesterday. I know that you have yet to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, but I hope that you will consider this information from Saskatchewan as something that is relevant to your deliberation. I would be happy to now make my point of order, unless you want to go on to the other point of privilege, so I'm happy to await your...
Another point of privilege is the same point, and I think maybe it would be prudent if we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary on that, and then I'll hear the Honourable Member on her point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on the same question of privilege.
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to reply to the alleged privilege matters that were raised yesterday by the member from Scarborough-Gilwood, Ottawa Centre, Joliette, and then today's intervention from the member from Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, these related to the content of the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs that was also tabled yesterday. The 6th report contains a series of quotations taken from evidence gathered earlier by the committee while it was examining a decision by the government relating to a funding application by Kairos. Those quotations are clear and easily understood. There are no accusations or other suggestions in the 6th report that the rights or dignity of the House have been compromised. Questions are put and answers are given. There are no indications that the minister or officials refuse to answer the questions put to them. There is no suggestion or evidence in the record that the committee has been misled, either unintentionally or deliberately. The committee then concludes, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "In light of other information before the House, your committee wishes to draw attention to what appears to be a possible breach of privilege and recommends that the House consider all relevant documents and ministerial and other statements that take such measures as deemed necessary." End of quotation. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. No direct accusation of any sort is contained in the body of the report. No contravention or any aspect of the law of privilege is enunciated. Mr. Speaker, no person is accused of anything. Mr. Speaker, there are no contradiction of facts. Mr. Speaker, there are no incongruities in testimony. And, Mr. Speaker, no indication of what the, quote, other information before the House, end of quote, might be. There is nothing. So what is the matter of privilege that should be examined? What is the prima facie case? Who is accused of what? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, the members of the House don't know. You don't know, Mr. Speaker. The media don't know. Canadians don't know. Why don't we know? Because the committee has said nothing by way of accusation. What charge is there to be answered? None of us know. There is no accusation. The member for Scarborough-Guildwood used this report as the basis of a complaint asking that you find a prima facie case of privilege. But, Mr. Speaker, since the committee transmitted no grievance, the member's accusations are apparently based on something for which there is no reference or evidence in the committee report. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully suggest that it is not open for a committee to report that an undescribed and undefined breach of privilege may have occurred, and then that opens the door for any member of the House to make a new accusation without the support of the committee. What does a member say is the breach of privilege, Mr. Speaker? Yesterday, the member accused the Minister of International Cooperation of contempt for the House in that she, quote, deliberately attempted to mislead the House by way of a statement that she knew or ought to have known that the statements to the House were either false or an attempt to mislead. End of quote. That, Mr. Speaker, is the accusation by the member, not the committee. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. By the member, not the committee. What is the evidence put forward by the member? Well, Mr. Speaker, he cites testimony from the December 9th meeting, and a reasonable reading of this exchange cannot substantiate his charge. The minister is precise in her answers, and they are clear in meaning. There is no double meaning or other deception. In particular, Mr. Speaker, there was an exchange and an answer to a simple question about whether the minister knew who had written in the word "not" to signify the minister's decision. There was nothing before the committee and nothing now in its report before this House to suggest that the answer was inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, once again, there was nothing before the committee and nothing now in its report before this House to suggest that the answer was inaccurate. In light of other direct and clear answers given by the minister at the same meeting to the effect that the decision at issue was taken by her, there is no omission in the answers that had the intent to mislead. Perhaps the member should have asked different or more questions or been more diligent in his inquiry. But his unhappiness with the answer is not a breach of privilege. The member for Scarborough-Guildwood then goes to the answer to a written question, which I assume is Q106, put by the member for London North Centre. That was answered on April 23rd last year. The date is last April, Mr. Speaker. At that time, there was no discussion of the minister's decision. It is therefore not surprising that the response to the question followed the structure of the question. The question referenced CETA priorities and CETA criteria and CETA examination. The minister's response referenced an activity within CETA which was the subject of the inquiry. She was not asked about the decision process insofar as the minister and officials were concerned. Again, a straightforward and on all of the evidence, an accurate answer to the question put. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, were the member to read the answer given to his own written question, Q31, he will find these words, and I quote, "The Official Development Assistance Accountability Act stipulates that official development assistance may be provided only if the competent minister is of the opinion that A, it contributes to poverty reduction, B, takes into account the perspectives of the poor, and C, is consistent with the international human rights standards," end of quote. The answer further states that CETA receives more proposal than it has budget to fund, so even if some of the proposals that meet the broad framework of the Act must be turned down because of budget restrictions. Mr. Speaker, this answer was given in March. The April answer is of a similar construct in that, quote, CETA, end of quotation, encompasses both officials and the minister responsible for CETA. Mr. Speaker, now turning to the focal point of much of the discussion and debate in this House over the last few days, and that is the minister's answers as to the identity of the person who inserted the word "not" in the document. Mr. Speaker, the minister told the committee she did not know who did it. She told the House the word was inserted on her instruction. Mr. Speaker, these are not contradictory statements. On all the evidence before this House, it must be concluded that both statements are true. Once again, the member asking the question failed to pursue the inquiry. Precise answers to questions do not constitute contempt. Mr. Speaker, the member's fourth accusation does not relate to anything said or done by the minister. The member for Ottawa Centre and the member for Joliette echoed the points offered by the member for Scarborough-Guildwood. There is no evidence that members have been obstructed. Some may say that the departmental document carrying the inserted word "not" is an issue. I disagree. I respectfully disagree. Few of us in this place ever see these internal documents. These are not parliamentary documents, and they are intended to convey information within the executive government. What is clear is that the senior departmental officials knew the wishes of the minister, knew that she had full authority to differ with officials and to refuse the application. No member of this House has suggested that this was improper, and no one ever suggested that a bureaucratic and ministerial paper flow had to be a work of art. This means chosen to communicate the minister's decision back to the officials may not have been what others would or should do, but it was intended solely to communicate to the officials the minister's decision. Nothing more, nothing less. Not in the knowledge that it might one day be made public, and with no intention, Mr. Speaker, whatsoever, to deceive or mislead anyone about the official's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the committee makes no specific charge or accusation. The member for Scarborough-Guildwood, who is a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and therefore an author of this report, cannot use an empty committee report to concoct his own accusations and grievances and then suggest that they carry the authority of the committee. And a committee report whispering the words "privilege" and other unspecified information is not a sufficient authority on which to find a prima facie case of privilege. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, while a committee report does not make a charge or offer evidence of anyone making deliberately misleading statements, these charges are being made against the minister in the media and by the opposition in this place. The facts, Mr. Speaker, do not support these charges.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood has additional comments on this matter.
I do, Speaker. You will recollect, Mr. Speaker, that in round one of this issue of privilege, you made several observations. You made the observation that you were deeply disturbed, that reasonable people might well conclude that there were some difficulties with this decision-making process, that you indeed were shocked with the way in which the decision was communicated to members, and that a reasonable person might well conclude that there is some possibility that members were misled. But you decided on a narrow ground that no point of privilege was sustainable by virtue of the fact that certain documents were not properly before you. And so, Mr. Speaker, when that decision was made, the Foreign Affairs Committee therefore issued its report last Wednesday, which had the effect of putting the documentation in question properly before you. So, so then we, in effect, launched a second round of inquiry with respect to this issue of parliamentary privilege. The minister has had an opportunity to clarify the record, and at this point we have something in the order of about 3, 4, or 5 versions of what actually happened. At some point or another, Mr. Speaker, you're going to have to make the conclusion, or come to a decision as to whether there is, on the basis of the record now properly before you, as to whether there is a prima facie case of breach of privilege, members' privileges. Mr. Speaker, the documentation that was properly put before you is in addition to the minister's statement on February the 14th, and is in addition to the exchanges in question period, which seem to be creative, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you extend to me and my colleagues here the same courtesy that you gave to the government representative, and defer our response to the government's intervention to the first available opportunity when we return after this break week.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre is rising on the same point.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a couple of points that I think are important to underline here in light of the government's intervention response to the question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I should point out that in the report that was submitted by the committee, you'll note that at the bottom of the report, just before the chair signed off, there is a copy of the relevant minutes of proceedings, and I want to underline that because it does give you a full overview of the debate within committee on this issue. And I think that's important because it's in context that we are debating this point of privilege. And one of those points, Mr. Speaker, is not only the minister herself saying that, on the one hand, she was not aware of who put the not in the document. She wasn't able to divulge that. She conveyed in testimony that she was very well attuned to what was in the proposal. And that's important because when I asked her questions at committee, I said, had you read the proposal? She assured us that she had. And why that's important is the dates, Mr. Speaker, because she had the sign-off from senior officials on this to approve the proposal. And when we get to the point of trying to find out from her how this process worked, she wasn't able to tell us. And this is where I believe, our privileges were compromised and where there is a prima facie case of contempt. Because, as I mentioned in my intervention yesterday, the 78 decision by Speaker Jerome was, notwithstanding that the information that was provided to an honourable member back in '73, and this was with regards to the opening of mail by the RCMP, that there was no knowledge of at the time. It was later found out that there was, in fact, knowledge and that there was withholding of information from honourable members. And I need to underline one thing here, Mr. Speaker. All honourable members, there's a certain standard of conduct that we should all ascribe to, telling our colleagues exactly what has happened in a truthful manner. Cabinet ministers are held to a higher standard, and that is for obvious reasons. They have to be absolutely assure all members that they are divulging all information because of the nature of their position. And I say that because when we asked for information about how this decision was made, to be polite, the minister was evasive. She would not tell us who intervened to change this document, in which I'll speak to in a second. And she led us to believe that she wasn't involved. And that, Mr. Speaker, is clear when you look at the sign-off of her deputy minister and others, that the fact that she had this on her desk for the period of time she did, the fact that she said that she had studied this proposal for the time that she had, and at the end of the day, she couldn't disclose to honourable members who actually had made the intervention to kill the proposal. This is the higher standard I'm speaking of, Mr. Speaker. It's not good enough to shrug and say, well, you know, I'm sorry, I should have told you I directed someone to do it, but I didn't. I think that is something that needs to be ascertained, and if you connect it to the 73 intervention of an honourable member that led to the 78 decision of prima facie from Speaker Jerome, you'll see that there's an argument. Finally, the document. I respectfully disagree with my colleague from the Conservative Party when he says that this is, frankly, you know, normally people wouldn't see this document, and therefore, you know, maybe it was sloppy, maybe it could have been done differently, but, you know, it's not something we should concern ourselves with, because at the end of the day, the minister has said it was her decision. The problem with that, Mr. Speaker, is that it is the whole focus right now because it's important. It's a legal testament to whether or not this proposal was going to be approved. We have the nature of bureaucracy, if I have to go back in time, the nature of bureaucracy, why we have documents is so that we have accountability. My friend says that it's not important because normally we wouldn't see these documents and that this is just the way things happen. And yeah, it was sloppy, but don't worry about it. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the only way you can hold government to account, and this is in the private sector as well, is where you look at documents and contracts. This essentially was a contract, a proposal put forward to government, approved by upper levels of the bureaucracy, and given to the minister to sign off. That is the way this works, Mr. Speaker. So how else can we have accountability unless we look at documents to ascertain how decisions were made in this place? And I know this government doesn't like that. They would prefer none of us see anything, and we've seen that before with the Afghan documents. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I encourage you to focus on the document, what the impression that was given by the minister, what was divulged by her, and at what point honourable members were actually given access to how that decision was made. I think you will find prima facie, and as I said to you before, I think the citation, as I mentioned, of Speaker Jerome will help you in that instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders rising again.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, let me respond to both further interventions by my honourable colleagues from Scarborough, Gilwood and Ottawa Centre. A couple of points on each. Mr. Speaker, the member from Scarborough, Gilwood, seems to suggest that there was still answers given at committee that were misleading. In fact, I suggest they were not, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my earlier intervention, precise answers, clear answers, and accurate answers were given to precise questions. Just because the member may not like the answers doesn't make that a matter of privilege. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I would point out the one question about the word not. The question was to the minister, do you know who inserted the word not? She quite accurately and honestly answered, no. Had the member asked yet another question, such as, did you instruct someone to insert the word not? I'm sure the answer would have been in the affirmative, but he did not ask the question. The minister should not be held in contempt because the member opposite didn't ask the correct questions. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to my member, my honourable colleague from Ottawa Centre, when he states that he feels, in his opinion, that he was perhaps deceived, that is a subjective and totally subjective interpretation. The questions were objective in nature. The answers were clear, precise, accurate, and honest in the response. Just because the member feels that he deserved more information but didn't provide questions to elicit that information, Mr. Speaker, doesn't make this a matter of contempt or a breach of privilege. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the facts speak for themselves. I've made the government's presentation. Obviously, you'll be taking this and other interventions into account, and I think we all in this place look forward to your speedy response to resolve this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank all honourable members. Was the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River rising on the same point?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a fairly short intervention here. Like many members, I am not directly and have not directly been involved in this, but I'm watching the story unfold. Firstly, there is a very clear indication on the record that the minister's answers publicly and in the House of Commons were suggesting that someone other than her had made this decision to not fund or defund the applicant Kairos. Then the story evolved to where she said she didn't know who put the not in. Now, if she were taking ownership for the decision and someone asked who put the not in, I'm pretty sure the minister would have said, I did or I didn't do it, or I know, or I told somebody specific to do it. This was a record of a ministerial decision. And these things are not designed to be done in the back of an envelope. So the minister has failed at that point to provide sufficient clarity when clearly members of Parliament and the committee were looking for clarity. And she couldn't or wouldn't, thereby causing some significant confusion. And then, at the end of the whole exercise, very recently, the minister has had to step up and say the only way that the confusion could be cured is by her saying it was her decision, even though she has not been able to tell us who made the record of the decision. But the fact that she takes ownership of the decision now, as she should have right from the beginning, instead of saying, I don't know who put the not in, or I'm not sure how this record was made, or I think the department was against this grant or in favor of the defunding. She didn't do that. She's doing it now. She's trying to make right now what should have been done over the last few weeks or months. That has confused me, and it has confused Parliament, and it has confused us in our exercise of holding the government to account. The government, whether it is the Privy Council, whether it is the minister, whether it is public officials, we cannot do our job in that type of confusion. So I leave that with you, Mr. Speaker. One should not accept the suggestion here that everything is all right because the minister is somehow able now to reach back and say, all of this from the very beginning was my decision. And I did did what I had to do. There was even a minister in the House describing it as a courageous decision somehow. I am confused, and there are still unanswered questions specifically, and the minister could have helped by simply saying who put the knot on the document, the record of what is now her decision, who put the knot in, and when was it put in, before and after which signatures. If she could answer those questions, she could put the thing in order. It doesn't mean she hasn't confused us in the public record, but it could be put in order if answers could be given to those questions. Until then, I remain confused about the accountability function in this file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Is that the conclusion of the arguments on the question of privilege? Then I thank honourable members for their submissions, and I'll take what they have said today under advisement, as I did the matter yesterday. Now, the honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your patience. I know that this is a complicated issue, and you're listening carefully to what all members have to say. I'm now rising on a point of order. It is a related matter. It has to do with the process whereby members raise points of privilege based on a committee report. And I want to draw it to your attention because I have to say it really bothered me yesterday the way things unfolded, and I want to get some better understanding and clarity about what your understanding is of the practices and the rules for points of privilege. You will recall yesterday that the member for Ottawa Centre rose on a point of privilege, and when you sort of recognized him, I think you said, is it a point of order or a point of privilege? And he made it quite clear it was a point of privilege. And then you went over to the member from Scarborough-Gilwood and heard his point of privilege on the same question. So we were sort of wondering why that was, because he had made it clear it was a point of privilege. Later, we realized that the letters that had gone in as a result of a committee report, the letter that went in from the member from Scarborough-Gilwood actually came into the table moments prior to the committee report being tabled in the House. Now, the letter from the member from Ottawa Centre came in exactly after the report was tabled. In fact, the member from Ottawa Centre was in the House. He watched the report being tabled. He immediately brought his letter forward and therefore believed that he had followed the practice and the rules, and he would raise his point of privilege. So I do believe that there is confusion as to whether or not a member can write a letter to you raising a point of privilege to a report from a committee that on a question of privilege that has not yet been tabled. And I do feel that we believe we were playing by the rules, only to learn that things can go in earlier. Now, if that is the way it's to be, then I think we should be clear about that. And believe me, if we speculate that a report might be coming, well, then we'll rush forward and get a letter in, and maybe we'll do it a day ahead of time on the belief that something is going to happen. But I think it does raise the question about, can you even raise a point of privilege by submitting a letter if the report has not yet been tabled? So I realize it's a process question. I realize that you're dealing with a bigger issue here, but I have to say it did cause us some concern. We want to be clear on what your understanding of the practices, the rules are around a letter submitted to you from when it is involving a committee report. So I place that before you with good intention and look forward to the response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I'll check out the record and get back to the House in due course with the ruling on this matter. I believe that concludes then the points of order for today. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate, a third reading of Bill C-42, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C-42. Mr. Speaker, after law school, I had the opportunity to work with a professor, Professor Wayne McKay of Dalhousie University. And Professor McKay was working on a couple of papers having to do with anti-terrorism law and privacy, where the two meet. And one paper that he produced out of this research was for a lecture at St. Thomas University in New Brunswick. And it was titled Human Rights in the Global Village, The Challenge of Privacy and National Security. Despite having completed my law degree at that time, working for Professor McKay was the first time that I'd ever really considered the issues around privacy law. And the research that I did then, the stories that I heard, the newspaper articles I read, really made a huge impact on my thinking about law generally. Bill C-42, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, has raised all the red flags that could possibly be raised for me when it comes to the balance between making our global village function more efficiently and our right to privacy. I'd like to start by reading the opening paragraph from Professor McKay's lecture at St. Thomas, because I think it actually provides us with a good framework for thinking about this bill, a bill that may touch upon our privacy rights. He begins, quote, "In the 1960s, renowned Canadian academic Marshall McLuhan coined the term global village. McLuhan's vision of the global village was that the world was a community in which distance and isolation have been dramatically reduced by electronic media. In the global village, we are crossing borders physically with travel and trade, and we're also crossing borders virtually with technology like the phone and internet. There are many benefits to living in the global village, but there are also casualties of this new world order, and one of them is privacy," end quote. Mr. Speaker, one of the casualties of this new world order is privacy, and one of the casualties of Bill C-42 is privacy. Bill C-42 is nothing more than an opportunity for data mining by foreign security services, primarily the United States, and it's an unwarranted invasion of the privacy of Canadians. I'd like to spend a little bit of time discussing what the bill will actually do, and then give you some comments and thoughts that I have about this bill. So, Bill C-42 amends the Aeronautics Act to allow airlines to send personal information of passengers to foreign security services. What information will be forwarded is determined by requirements laid out in secret agreements with other countries. Details of these agreements have not been released. However, it's known that Canada has signed or is negotiating agreements with the European Union, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and the United States. Details of the agreement between the European Union and the United States for the same information transfers are troubling. That agreement allows, first, that the information forwarded will be the passenger name record, which is the file a travel agent creates when you book a vacation. It can include credit card information, who you're traveling with, your hotel, or other booking information such as tours or rental car, and any serious medical condition of the passenger. 2, the information collected can be retained by the United States for up to 40 years, Mr. Speaker. 3, this information may be forwarded to the security service of a third nation without the consent or the notification of the other signatory. 4, no person may know what information is being held about them by the United States and may not correct that information if there are errors. It's hard to believe, Mr. Speaker. And 5, the United States may unilaterally amend the agreement as long as it advises the EU of the change. Apparently, there's already been one amendment whereby all documents held by the EU concerning the agreement shall not be publicly released for 10 years, so no access to information requests. So, Mr. Speaker, in essence, this bill, like I said, it's to allow data mining of Canadians' personal information by foreign security services. And there's danger that unless this bill is agreed to, the United States could close its airspace to Canadian aircraft. While this threat may result in pressure to pass the bill, it's unlikely that the United States would carry through with this threat. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are spinning this bill that it's necessary to fight terrorism. Well, there isn't one single example of how this data mining has caught one single terrorist or any other criminal. And in fact, we have so many examples of how this type of information can be misused. And we've heard about it before, but I'll say this name again. Mayor Arar is a perfect example. And if you don't take my word for it, please listen to some of the testimony that was heard at committee. It was so clear and so straightforward. It's hard to imagine that the Conservatives are still supporting this bill and that the Liberals, well, we don't really know what they're doing, but we'll find out. It is fair. We don't know what they're doing. We think they're supporting it. So I'm going to read you some excerpts from the committee, Mr. Speaker, and a very, very short excerpt, but man, to the point. Jennifer Stoddart, we all know her quite well, Privacy Commissioner, Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, and she said very simply, Bill C-42 raises important sovereignty issues. We are not questioning the American government's authority to implement its secure flight program. International law is clear that a state's sovereignty extends to its airspace. However, the Canadian government has a duty to protect the privacy and civil rights of its citizens. There you have it, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian government has a duty to protect the privacy and civil rights of its citizens. Et puis, Dominique Péchard.
Dominique Péchard, the president of the Rights and Freedoms League. I will read a few sentences of what she said. She said, it's illusory to think that information sent through the secure flight program will be protected, destroyed, or corrected in the case of error. On the contrary, this information will enrich the database of U.S. intelligence agencies and will be compared to information detained by all agencies mentioned above to determine whether such and such a person should be on a U.S. no-fly list or even placed on some other list. And she continues, the investigation by Judge O'Connor on the Arar case demonstrated how thoughtless sharing of information can have a prejudicial effect on someone. 4 years after Justice O'Connor's report, we're still waiting for the implementation of his recommendations, which affect the implementation of surveillance of intelligence gathering in Canada. Bill C-42 raises fundamental issues of sovereignty of Canada and the protection of rights and freedoms for Canadians. The Canadian Parliament has a right to defend these rights rather than comply with the requirements of the U.S. for supposed security considerations.
Oh, merci. I tried. Mr. Speaker, there's a great quote that I want to use. Natalie Desrosiers from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And actually, Mr. Speaker, I'd appreciate if when I come to the end of my time, if you could give me the 1 or 2 minute mark, it would be greatly appreciated. So Natalie Desrosiers from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, this is some good stuff. She testified and she said, certainly to the extent that there is an expectation of privacy protected by the Charter, this bill would not meet a Section 1 challenge. Mr. Speaker, we probably all know, but Section 1 would say that something that violated the Charter could actually be saved because it had certain importance for the Canadian public. So it would not meet a Section 1 challenge because it has no limitations. It does not adequately protect the problems that may arise with the disclosure of information, and so on. So the first point is that there is a constitutional vulnerability that should be looked at before we go too much further. There is no requirement in Bill C-42 or in the regulations of the U.S. TSA for safeguards to protect the information. There is no safeguard that the TSA will not pass information to other government agencies, such as law enforcement or immigration. There is no safeguard that the TSA will not pass this information to third countries. And we know that this has been a particularly difficult issue for some Canadians, Mayor Arar being a case in point. There's no guarantee that the TSA will not use the information for profiling Canadians, to put them on their watch list or the no-fly list. And she goes on, Mr. Speaker, to say, I would mention to the committee that in the United States, the no-fly list is under constitutional review as we speak. It has been challenged because there are too many false positives arising. Oh, there is more from her, but I seem to have my sheets mixed up. But that's very interesting that Nathalie Desrosiers does point out that it's actually under review in the United States. We also had some interesting testimony coming from the U.S., Mr. Speaker. Actually, the Liberty Coalition, represented by Edward Hasbrook, testified at the committee. So this is a U.S.-based civil liberties organization. And Edward Hasbrook at the Liberty Coalition testified to the following. He said, unlike the case in Canada, where someone denied travel is given formal notice of that decision and has rights to appeal it, those no-fly orders in the U.S. are entirely extrajudicial. No one in the U.S. has yet obtained court review by any U.S. court of a no-fly order. It is U.S. government policy not even to admit that they have issued such an order, and that includes those denying passage on flights overflying the U.S. that were not scheduled to land. Former Secretary of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff, is on the public record as saying that he believed that no-fly decisions should not be subject to judicial review, and the current U.S. administration has done nothing to repudiate that perspective. While the consequences for anyone are very serious, including for those U.S. citizens trapped abroad who are currently unable to return home because they are not allowed to fly and have no other way to get back to the U.S., they are perhaps most draconian for refugees and asylum seekers. You should be very clear that the enactment of Bill C-42 would grant the U.S. government de facto veto power over the ability of virtually anyone to obtain sanctuary in Canada, since in most cases it's impossible to get to Canada to make a claim for political asylum or refugee status without overflying the U.S. Imagine, Mr. Speaker. And that power of the U.S. would be exercised at the worst possible point, while a refugee is still on the soil of and subject to the persecution of the regime they are trying to flee. The Liberty Coalition went on, Mr. Speaker, to say, these data are also used for purposes of surveillance of travelers. It is not the case that the information is simply used to make a one-time decision about whether to let you fly. All of your PNRs, even if you are not deemed suspicious and are allowed to fly, will be added to the lifetime travel history and compilation of data already being kept about you as part of the automated targeting system. This includes, as Professor Salter alluded to, a wide range of information. We've been coordinating efforts by individuals in the U.S., at least by U.S. citizens who have some rights in this regard, to request these records. They include, for example, such things as your IP address, who paid for someone else's ticket, your friend's phone number you gave because you were staying at their house when you reconfirmed your reservations, or in the case of two people traveling together who made their same hotel reservations in the same PNR with their flight reservations, codes indicating whether, behind closed doors of their hotel room, they asked for one bed or two. End quote, Mr. Speaker. And that definitely smacks of all of the terrible, terrible accusations of how the long-form census, the mandatory long-form census, has violated our rights as Canadian citizens. God forbid the government know how many bathrooms you have, Mr. Speaker. But yet, here we are, by law, C-42 is saying that the government can find out whether you are sleeping in one bed or two. It's pretty unbelievable, first of all, that we would sign on to this, Mr. Speaker. It's shocking to me that we would. But what's even more unbelievable is the incredible hypocrisy of saying no to a long-form census that is just trying to figure out what the population of Canada looks like, what the population of Canada is doing, what our needs are, what our hopes are, how we're working, so that we have this information to better design programs, to better run this government, to better serve the needs of our people. That is not allowed, and yet the U.S. knows who we're sleeping with. It's mind-boggling to me, Mr. Speaker. If I still have time, I was hoping to Oh, just mixed up with my pages here. Oh, here we are, Mr. Speaker. If there's still time, I was hoping to read a little bit about the testimony of HoC, who's the national coordinator for an international civil liberties monitoring group. So we heard from Canada, we heard from the U.S. in terms of civil liberties groups. So this is an international civil liberties monitoring group. And Mr. Tassé testified. He said, after running a risk assessment for each passenger using data mining technology, Homeland Security in turn issues a boarding pass result back to the airline. The result instructs the airline to issue a boarding pass, deny permission to travel, or issue an enhanced screening requirement. These regulations give the U.S. access to a whole subset of information on air passengers who are not entering the U.S. but merely overflying its airspace. Furthermore, this information can be shared among at least 16 U.S. agencies and with foreign governments. The program gives the government of a foreign country a de facto right to decide who gets to travel to and from Canada, since the vast majority of Canadian flights to and from Europe, the Caribbean, and South America overfly American airspace. Mayor Arar is on the U.S. no-fly list. Several other cases in which Canadians have been denied boarding by the U.S., even for domestic flights in Canada, have also been reported. Those cases include several individuals who have been deemed by Canadian courts and commissions of inquiry not to pose a risk to the national security of Canada. They include Abdullah Al-Maki, Adil Sharkwai, and others. If Bill C-42 is adopted, even the rulings of Canadian courts won't be able to be enforced. There are other concerns related to Canada's sovereignty. For example, half the cabinet members of the Bolivian government are persona non grata in the United States. So if Canada were to invite one of those ministers for a diplomatic meeting in Canada, the U.S. could bar this minister from boarding a plane to attend the meeting at the invitation of Canada. The same could apply to refugee claimants who, even if admitted by Canada, could be denied the possibility of leaving their country by the U.S. Other impacts on refugees and immigrants include the possibility of mistreatment abroad by third countries with whom the U.S. might share travel information. By adopting Bill C-42, Canada could become an accomplice in the U.S. rendition program, which is already responsible for the torture of Canadians in Syria and Egypt, among others. At the very least, it would support Canadian complicity in a foreign government's program that violates due process and the principles of natural justice. Disclosure of personal information to the Department of Homeland Security on passengers traveling to certain destinations, particularly Cuba, could lead to unpleasant consequences. For example, this information could be used to identify Canadian companies that do business with Cuba, or to penalize travelers who have visited Cuba by subsequently refusing them entry into the U.S. How will Canada ensure that the U.S. will not use the Secure Flight Program to apply its Helms-Burton Act, which imposes penalties on foreign companies doing business with Cuba? End quote. So again, that was HoC Tassé, National Coordinator of the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group. And these are pretty ominous predictions, Mr. Speaker. And I'll wrap up by saying that in 2006, internationally acclaimed Canadian author Rohinton Mistry canceled his book tour after being repeatedly harassed while flying to and from the United States. Mr. Mistry is not a terrorist, he's not a criminal, he is a national treasure, but he's a very unfortunate victim of flying while Arab, or, as it has become, Arab-looking, or with an Arab-sounding name, or having any skin tone other than the ruddy white of the British Isles, and having a name that would be uncommon on the Leave It to Beaver show. Mr. Speaker, Rohinton Mistry's critically acclaimed novel, A Fine Balance, sums it up. We need a fine balance when we're weighing the global village's needs against our privacy rights, and this bill gets it wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did hear one thing from that NDP member that was correct, and that is, Mr. Speaker, that she labeled this as an issue of Canadian sovereignty. And she's right, because it is an issue of Canadian sovereignty. Just like the United States expects us to respect their right to their sovereignty and their right to their airspace, we expect them to respect our right to our sovereignty and our airspace. So how, Mr. Speaker, can we expect them to do so if the NDP won't even let us pass this law in order to respect their right to sovereignty and expect them to do the same? Now, she asked for examples, Mr. Speaker, as well, as to where this was used in the past, where the U.S. has actually filtered a list and utilized it, passed it on to enforcement agencies 3 times in the hundreds of millions of passengers a year through the U.S. 3 times they have done that, Mr. Speaker, and you did receive information from the ambassador on that. So 3 times out of hundreds of millions. The fear-mongering this member is trying to do and the NDP are trying to do through their filibuster is just simply ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. But I will say this to the NDP member now. She actually has an advantage, Mr. Speaker, because the hard work of the Minister of Public Safety, he got an exemption for us. He got an exemption for Canada, the only country to receive an exemption, Mr. Speaker, for those flights that fly from Vancouver, for instance, over to Ottawa. They actually pass through U.S. airspace. And this member, for instance, takes advantage of that. So I would think she would stand up and say, thank you, Minister, thank you, Conservative government, because you got an exemption for us, and your hard work is paying off for Canadians, keeping us safe, keeping our economy strong, Mr. Speaker. That's what she should be standing up and doing right now.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I'm not sure I heard 100% correctly, but I think the member said that the minister has worked hard to get an exemption for us in flying to Ottawa. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just checking. And Mr. Speaker, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I'm a member of Parliament here, and we have a lot of rights and privileges that come with this role. But we shouldn't have preferential treatment for flying to Ottawa when we're coming here to talk about what's going on in Canada. This is nuts. What about when we're trying to get to Ottawa? What about this guy here? There's a British man who is stranded in Toronto, and he can't get home to England. Why? Because he's on a no-fly list and he can't fly over American airspace. He's saying, how can you tell me I'm not allowed to go to my own country? He has no rights here because he's not Canadian. He's been denied access to U.S. airspace, and he just wants to go home. Look at the bizarre results of blindly going ahead with this ideological bill to say, we got to do whatever the United States does because we're like that little dog on the Bugs Bunny show, always with the big dog saying, we're there with you, we'll do whatever you want. It's time for us to actually stand up to the United States and do what's right for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed very much the speech from the member from Halifax, and I got to admit, I mean, the parliamentary secretary should know better than to raise what was patent hypocrisy on this issue. And the reality is, other countries, such as the European Union, negotiated agreements that go far, far beyond what Canada even attempted to get, number one. And number two, it's simply not true, Mr. Speaker, as the member from Halifax knows, that this affects just the United States. It affects any foreign state, Panama, Colombia, any state that wants to go into Canadian bedrooms, get Canadian health records, confidential Canadian health records, confidential credit card information. They can do it because this bill provides for it. It's almost as if Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, haven't even read the bill, don't even know what's in the bill. And as usual, Mr. Speaker, it's the NDP that reads carefully the legislation that brings forward all of these concerns that are felt widely in the population. Canadians certainly get it, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives don't, and they seem beholden to this incredibly radical ideological agenda that they have to the right, that where confidential information is only valuable if it's Conservative confidential information. They don't want to disclose bathrooms. They want to disclose confidential health records, credit card information, and who you sleep with. So I'd like to ask the member from Halifax how this plays in her area of the country. How do Canadians react once they hear about it? It's true that the press gallery hasn't been doing their due diligence, and they should be reporting a lot more on this. They're starting to wake up. They're starting to understand the implications for Canadians' confidential information. But when she raises it with the public in her riding of Halifax, how do Canadians react to this wholesale disclosure of Canadians' confidential information?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pardon me, I thank the member for his question, and I also thank him for the incredible work he's been doing on the international trade file and keeping this government honest. You know, the member points out that the media hasn't really cottoned on to this idea that there is a problem with C-42. I don't even think they've reported anything about C-42 holus bolus. And when I talk to people in Halifax about it, people can't quite believe it. They can't quite believe, first of all, that it's being introduced, secondly, that it continues to be supported, and thirdly, that it has support from more than one party in this House, because we have an international airport in Halifax, as you know, Mr. Speaker. We do have to fly over American airspace to get practically anywhere because of our location, and we have people who are going to the international airport who are having to deal with things like this, and they just can't even believe that this government would continue to support the total abrogation of our rights, the total handing over of our personal information, who we're sleeping with and where and what hotel and what kind of car we've rented. So I have to be honest, Mr. Speaker, the response from members of Halifax has not been as strong as I would imagine, because I think people are still in the disbelief stage, and I think that's probably true across Canada, but Canadians have got to wake up, because this is going to be a dangerous, dangerous thing that we're getting into, and we need to do everything we can to stop it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Heritage.
Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, what's dangerous is not adequately screening people getting on airplanes. You know what really I find really remarkable? When it comes to the traveling safety, when I buy an airplane ticket, Mr. Speaker, I want people to know I don't pose a threat to that aircraft. In fact, I don't pose a threat to the United States, and I want them to know that. I'm as open as a book, and they can know that. I don't see this bill at all as an invasion of my privacy in any way. We work with the United States on continental security. You know, 3,000 people died on September 11th, 2001. Parents, brothers, sisters, children, sons and daughters. And we have got to be awake to that reality. And when the people of Halifax look at what's in this bill and the protections it seeks to provide to the Americans, it is their airspace. We work with them on continental security. We are partners in the fight against terrorism, partners in protecting our citizens and making sure that no more sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters are lost to terrorism, Mr. Speaker. That's responsible.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Speaker. So the result is we're just going to become a police state. Like, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. You know, when I talked about doing the research with Professor McKay on terrorism and privacy rights, one other thing that we were looking at is the Office of Superintendent of Financial Transactions or Financial Institutions. They actually have to report names that are of people with bank accounts that have names matching a certain list of quote-unquote identified terrorists. And it's really quite incredible, because they actually end up forwarding hundreds and hundreds, possibly thousands of names every year of people who just have vaguely similar names. I mean, good luck to you if you live in this country and your first name is Osama. Right? So we have this situation where names are being forwarded, people are having their bank accounts shut down, people are being told they cannot get on an airplane because they happen to have the same two first initials of a known or suspected terrorist. It's craziness. And the worst part about it, Mr. Speaker, is there's absolutely no recourse. I mean, all of us in this room do think that if something happened to us and we were falsely accused of something, we would at least have the right to stand up and say, no, that's not me, that's not what happened. Well, there's no right to that, Mr. Speaker. Imagine if you're told that you can't fly. Imagine if you're told that you can't go back to your home country, and you're not allowed to actually bring forward evidence to disprove what they're saying about you. I mean, we have these situations happening all over Canada, all over the U.S. There is no redress. There is no way to challenge. There is no way to bring forward evidence supporting your inclusion on a no-fly list, because we're doing whatever it is that the Americans want us to do. There's no charter rights. You are absolutely just SOL, if I could say it. And I'm given the time signal. But this is absolutely ludicrous, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the member from Halifax on this issue. And I'd like to start just by addressing what the Parliamentary Secretary said just a few moments ago in this House. We were all appalled by the events of September 11th, 10 years ago. All of us in the House, by the loss of lives. And the reality is that those violent individuals that got on those planes were able to do so because of cutbacks in security screening at airports that have been privatized, as we know, like Logan Airport in Boston. We had very underpaid baggage screeners, inadequate equipment. All of the cutbacks that took place during the Bush years had a contributory factor to box cutters being brought on those aircraft. And Mr. Speaker, all of us lament the loss of life, and we mourn with all of those who died that day. But the reality is, this bill has nothing to do with improving security in airports and screening so that people can't bring box cutters onto an aircraft. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with all of the intelligence shortfalls that were present at that time and the mistakes that were made by the government that have been very, very well documented. So since this bill has nothing to do with that, I think we would all prefer in this House, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives stop raising that in an inappropriate way that doesn't respect what happened that day, doesn't respect the dead, and tries to use that horrible, horrible day in a way to get some cheap political points. Because, Mr. Speaker, that's what they're doing with this bill. And the bill is very simple. What it does in Clause 483 is it says to the airlines that they can provide to a competent authority in that foreign state, whether we're talking about the United States, or Panama, or Colombia, or any other state that demands it, any information in the operator's control. Now, what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, what is in the operator's control is the passenger name record. And in the passenger name record, the following information is present. The health record of the individual. The individual, if they have health conditions, and that is noted in that passenger name record, that information is available then, through this bill, to those authorities. Credit card information, again, available in the passenger name record, again, made available to those authorities. Now, I mentioned some of them a few moments ago, like the United States or Panama, Mr. Speaker. Given the Panamanian government's record around dirty drug money, money laundering, it is entirely inappropriate for confidential credit card information to be made available to Panamanian authorities, now, or to the Colombian authorities. It involves, as well as was noted by my colleague from Halifax, that the hotel reservations, including the sleeping arrangements, whether it's a single room, a double room, how many individuals are traveling, is also made available. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is confidential information. There is no doubt about that. The witnesses that I will cite in a few moments, hopefully today, if not when we resume after the parliamentary riding week, the confidential information that is made available to those authorities is very clearly something that the vast majority of Canadians would not want to have shared. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that this is a vastly inappropriate bill. Now, as has been mentioned by my colleagues in the NDP in this House, other governments were asked to do the same thing by the American administration, and other governments said no and negotiated different arrangements. Only Canada is saying we're going to make this information available, this confidential information available to authorities wherever they are in the world. No matter how corrupt the regime, then that information can be made available. And what does that say, Mr. Speaker, for example, for British Columbians? The province that I come from has heavy air traffic, Mr. Speaker, that goes over to Asia. Many of my constituents, in fact, the majority of my constituents, come from Asia. They fly to the Philippines. They fly to China. They fly to Korea. They fly to Taiwan. And in flying across the Pacific, they fly through the seawaters off Alaska. And so what this government is saying to Canadians of Asian heritage Asian origin in this country is that their personal information is going to be shared, inevitably. For the vast majority of flights that take place out of Vancouver going through to Asia, their information, if this bill were to be passed, would be shared. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is just completely unacceptable. And we've had a whole variety of cases that have been raised, that have been brought forward as to how people can actually be denied access to airplanes, to their trip that they've paid for. We've had a whole variety of individuals that will be raised, and hopefully in the time that I still have left today, I can raise those issues. But to me, the surprise is, Mr. Speaker, with all that confidential information, perhaps it doesn't surprise me that Conservatives don't care and are willing to share that confidential information. I mean, we have seen this government talk out of both sides of its mouth on a daily basis, pretending to be about ethics and responsibility with all of the crises and scandals that we're seeing and that have been enacted on the floor of this House of Commons even this week. We've heard this government talk about confidentiality, concerned about the number of bathrooms that people have to report. Yet they are willing to share confidential information about what kind of sleeping arrangements in hotels Canadians are undertaking overseas. Mr. Speaker, that does not surprise me about this government. This government has been in power already far too long, and this government, I think, is in need desperately of a change. But what does surprise me, Mr. Speaker, is the seeming willingness of the Liberal Party to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, there was a previous Liberal Prime Minister who very boldly, I thought, stood in this House and said, the state has no place in the bedrooms of the nation. And that was a seminal moment in our nation's history. And that was a courageous statement to make, as he made as Justice Minister. And he was a Liberal Prime Minister. But today's Liberal Party is willing to sell out that confidentiality, is willing to say that not only the Canadian state has a place in the bedrooms of Canadians when they are traveling abroad, but that the Panamanian government has a place in the bedrooms of Canadians when they are traveling abroad, or the American government, or the Colombian government. This is the absurdity of this bill that has been brought forward, that shares confidential health information, that shares confidential credit card information, and that shares confidential accommodation information when Canadians are traveling abroad. So it surprises me, it stuns me, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party, with that heritage, is unwilling to say today, to stand up in this House, as the NDP has been standing up for a number of days now, and say, no, this legislation is completely inappropriate. That the Liberal Party that has that heritage should be willing to stand up 40 years later and continue to say, this is absolutely irresponsible and inappropriate. This is not something that we should adopt as parliamentarians, and the government should go back to work and negotiate the same type of agreements that other countries have negotiated with the United States. It's not as if this is impossible to renegotiate the agreement. It's that the government hasn't even tried. And we've seen that failure in case after case after case, where the government is unable to, in any way, provide for and stand up for Canadian interests. They've been called in this House by my colleague, the member from Windsor West, the doormat of North America, and it is true that this Conservative government has been a doormat. They're often considered to be a bully with Canadians, but once they go abroad and they negotiate, they're doormats. And we've seen that capitulation with the softwood lumber sellout, with the Buy America sellout, which gave access to American companies to Canada, but doesn't provide access for Canadian companies to the United States. And the Canadian government hasn't even monitored that, just has given up in representing Canadian companies' interests at all. And we've seen that with the 550 levy that's just come into place, where there are a lot of Americans, American tourists, American tourism industry that would be willing to stand with Canadians, and they would be willing to advocate, and we would surely get the type of agreement that removes that levy, that we've seen this government not act at all. So when the government...
Order. The honourable member will have 10 minutes to conclude his remarks the next time this bill is before the House. But it being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business. Reprise du débat en deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-449, Free Public Transit for Seniors Act.
Now prepared to rule on the point of order raised by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on November 17, 2010, concerning the requirement for a royal recommendation for Bill C-449, an act regarding free public transit for seniors, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Je remercie le secrétaire parlementaire.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for having raised this issue, as well as the member for Hull-Aylmer for his remarks concerning the bill.
With respect to the bill, the Parliamentary Secretary noted that the operative clause of the bill contained an authorization to spend for a specific purpose which, in his view, infringed upon the financial prerogative of the Crown. His main contention is that the bill, because it empowers the Minister of Finance to make direct payments to a trust established to help provinces, territories, and municipalities to offer seniors free local public transit, is equivalent to the creation of a new fund outside the Consolidated Revenue Fund. La Présidence.
The Chair notes that the member for Hull-Aylmer, at the conclusion of his opening remarks during the debate at second reading, acknowledged that the bill might require a royal recommendation, but that he expressed optimism that a specific modification could be made during the committee stage to address this issue.
It is clear to the Chair that Bill C-449, in Clause 3, would authorize the Minister to make direct payments to be paid out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund to a trust, which in turn would be used to make payments to a province, territory, or municipality to fund free local transit for seniors anywhere in Canada during off-peak hours. Such a transfer would clearly create a new appropriation, and for this reason, a royal recommendation is required in respect of Clause 3 of the bill. Par conséquent,
consequently, I will decline to put the question on third reading of the bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is eventually received. Today's debate, however, is on the motion for second reading, and this motion shall be put to a vote at the close of the current debate. I thank honourable members for their attention.
Debate.
Debate.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to give a response on behalf of the government for this legislation. In particular, I'm happy to oppose, on behalf of my caucus and myself, this irresponsible, excessively costous, and reckless Liberal spending proposal. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing the heckling from the other side, and I should note, while the honourable members are saying, what do I have against seniors on the other side, let me note on this point, I have a 94-year-old grandmother who I know would be opposed to this. I know very well she would be, because like many other people in rural Saskatchewan, she lived through the Great Depression. And she understood there is no such thing as government money. All money is taxpayers' money, and all money needs to be wisely and prudently spent. It's one of those things which we need to be aware of whenever we describe something that is called free from the government. Indeed, the wording of today's proposal, without a doubt, shows how the Liberals respect Canadian taxpayers. Listen to how they describe it. Free local public transport. And of all people in Canada, our seniors know there is no such thing as a free lunch, particularly when a politician is making the promise. The hard-earned money that Canadian taxpayers send to Ottawa is not free money. It is their tax dollars that is a result of their personal work and their personal sacrifice. Canadians work hard for their money. They watch their money. It's their money, after all. And our Conservative government understands that. We don't call it government money. It's taxpayers' money. Every single penny that is spent in this House is taxpayers' money. We don't raise taxes, we cut taxes. In fact, since forming government in 2006, our Conservative government has helped families by putting $3,000 back into their pockets, where it belongs. It's their money, after all. It's not the government money. It's definitely not free money. Money they entrust to their government to spend wisely and not recklessly. What have the Liberals suggested to do with taxpayers' money? They want to spend more of it. They want to create more and new government programs. They want more and more massive new government bureaucracies. And let's be clear, today's example is one of those suggestions of reckless spending that the Liberal Party and their leader have engaged in the last few months. Moreover, today's sponsor has not, as they have requested from on other issues, to present or prepare a valid cost estimate for today's proposals. Conservative MPs got the proposal costed through a request to the Parliamentary Budget Office. This reminds me of the Liberal promise of everything under the sun, the 45-day work year, a nationalized daycare plan, which has been repeated for many, many election campaigns. Without a doubt, the Liberals' runaway spending commitments is a recipe for massive and permanent deficits in Canada. Permanent deficits mean that Canadian families and businesses will permanently have to pay higher taxes as the Liberal leader digs deeper and deeper into their wallets, with new tax hikes that kill jobs, and perhaps even a reversal of our GST cut with the GST increase. Little wonder that when the Liberal leader was asked about Canada returning to balanced budgets earlier this year, he replied, "It's not my problem." Luckily for Canadians, it's not Canadians' problem to have the Liberals in government. And if they continue to promise spending the taxpayers' money without any forethought, they will not receive the ability to be in government anytime soon. What Canadians need and what Canadians are getting from our Conservative government is leadership to find real and fiscally responsible solutions that actually benefit all Canadians, especially seniors. Indeed, our Conservative government has taken steps since 2006 to recognize our outstanding contributions seniors have contributed in building our country. We are providing Canadians with almost $70 billion annually through the public pension system. We are providing $400 million over 2 years through the Affordable Housing Initiative for the construction of housing units for low-income seniors. We are increasing funding for the New Horizons for Seniors programs to $40 million annually to help seniors bring their leadership, energy, and skills to benefit communities across Canada. We also appointed a Minister of State for Seniors to bring the concerns of older Canadians to the Cabinet table and stand up on their behalf. And we are creating a National Seniors Day for all Canadians to honor and celebrate our seniors. And we have done so much more. We also understand the importance of a secure and dignified retirement for seniors who have spent their lives building a better Canada through their hard work. In fact, we have dramatically lowered the federal tax bill for seniors and pensioners since we formed government in 2006, with more than $2 billion in tax cuts, including increasing the age credit amount by $2,000, increasing the age limit for maturing pensions and registered retirement savings plans to 71 from 69, and doubling the amount of income eligible for pension income credit. And probably most important, pension income splitting, something noted financial commentator Jamie Goldman-Beck declared was probably one of the biggest tax changes in decades in the amount of tax savings that it caused for pensioners. We also introduced the tax-free savings accounts, which is particularly beneficiary to seniors. As Jonathan Chevreau, the noted financial commentator, declared, the TFSA is a welcome tax shelter for Canadian seniors. Our Conservative government is also bringing forward fiscally responsible solutions to improve public transportation in Canada in measured ways. But before continuing, I'd like to clarify that public transit is primarily a provincial and municipal jurisdictional responsibility. It would be questionable for the federal government to unilaterally use federal spending power to dictate their decisions about an area under provincial jurisdiction. And it is my understanding it's one of the reasons why one of the opposition parties will be opposing this legislation. Nevertheless, our Conservative government has worked constructively and cooperatively through the provincial municipal governments. We have done this through the gas tax fund valued at $2 billion annually, which many municipalities across this country use to fund their public transit capital needs. We have also funded many public transit projects using broad-based programs such as the Building Canada Fund as well as through one-time initiatives in 06 and 08 budgets. In total, about $2.6 billion has been allocated for public transit under the Building Canada Fund and Canada's Economic Action Plan. Additionally, because our Conservative government believes cutting taxes is the right things to do, we have also introduced the public transit tax credit. Not only is the popular non-refundable tax credit helping cover the costs of public transit, but it has increased public transit use, including buses, subways, commuter trains, and ferries, which have in turn helped to ease traffic congestion. Indeed, my own mayor, Saskatoon's Don Atchison, has applauded it as, I quote, a tremendous idea. I think that's a great way to encourage the public to use mass transit. The Liberal Party opposed helping seniors and other riders of public transit by voting against this public transit tax credit. Unmistakably, our Conservative government is helping seniors and public transit users in smart and fiscally responsible ways. This is in stark contrast to the Liberals, who are promising free money from the taxpayer's wallet. Canadians and Canadian seniors know Canadian taxpayers and businesses will be forced to pick up the tab for this free lunch. It's a tab that we cannot afford. All taxpayers' money belongs to taxpayers. We as government should be very careful and prudent in how we use it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-449 would allow the minister to set up a trust fund, as you know, for other levels of government so that seniors can take public transit for free of charge during off-peak hours. And I think this is a laudable goal, Mr. Speaker, since anything that encourages people to take public transit more frequently is a great idea. It's a more active form of transportation, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and it keeps our communities vibrant. But this bill is such a tease, Mr. Speaker. It's a tease because we could be talking about a bill that completely reimagines public transit in this country. Mr. Speaker, our current approach to public transportation to transportation is unsustainable, and we need to make a transition to a more sustainable form of transport, including public transportation. Improving transit is about setting a legacy, both economic and environmental. We need better, more efficient public transport because it improves access to community services and it improves participation in the community. And poor access to transport causes isolation for individuals and for pockets of our communities, particularly in low-income areas of our communities as well as rural communities. Improving public transportation is an excellent way to combat poverty because it allows the economic engagement in all areas of the city by people who live in all areas. It improves the exchange of money and ideas, and it allows people to access educational opportunities and services that are outside of their neighborhoods. It provides individuals and families with the opportunity to escape the cycle of poverty. And free transit will greatly increase the quality of life by removing the terrible choice between rent and bus tickets or food and heat. Canada is the only G8 country that does not fund public transit, and it has negative consequences on the environment and on our pocketbooks. And Canada doesn't have a national transit strategy either. Seniors, as you know, are some of our most vulnerable citizens, both economically and socially, and better transport for seniors is an important issue to tackle, particularly with respect to increasing a person's ability to live independently. As seniors age, some can no longer drive, and as their mobility is limited, they may become more isolated if they can't afford public transit or if they don't have access to public transit. Mr. Speaker, there is a public transit route in Halifax called the Manners, and recently it was announced that it would be cancelled by the Halifax Regional Municipality. The Manners went to all of the seniors' manors on the peninsula. It was a bit of a circuitous route, and it might not have made much sense to me. I didn't take the Manners, I take the number 7. But this, it didn't make sense for getting from point A to point B for me, but it made a lot of sense to the community that it served, which was a community of seniors around the city. So it allowed seniors at Joe Howe Manor or at Samuel Prince Manor, they could get on the number 3 and they could get where they needed to go, the grocery store, or their doctor's office, the bank, or the shopping mall. And when the announcement to cancel the Manners route was made, they said that the bus's route didn't pay for itself and it had to be canceled. Well, seniors from Samuel Prince Manor, they rallied to fight that decision. They got together with other residents of the other manors, and after many petitions and phone calls and letters, they actually realized their victory. They had worked together to mobilize their community, and they saved this vital service. It was an incredible victory for our community, Mr. Speaker, but you may think to yourself, well, that's a municipal issue. Why would it be relevant for an MP to raise this in the House of Commons? Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is a federal role for transit. I believe that there is a necessary federal leadership role for transit. It's too important a service not to have a national strategy. And in fact, it's not just a service, it's a necessity. And I'm proud that my colleague, the member for Trinity Spadina, introduced just such a bill recently. She introduced the National Public Transit Strategy Act, and it would coordinate between all levels of government to maintain and expand public transit across the country. The Public Transit Act, a first of its kind, would decrease the burden on cities and communities. And what the bill does is it outlines a strategy for the federal government to provide a permanent investment plan to support public transit, to establish federal funding mechanisms for public transit, to work together with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding, and it would work to establish accountability measures to ensure that all governments work together to increase access to public transit. Better public transit means sustainable economic growth and cleaner, more productive cities. It means a better Canada, and it does mean a better Halifax. And this story of the manors, Mr. Speaker, is a story from a city, but we do have rural examples in the riding as well, because when I speak of Halifax in this chamber, I'm speaking of the riding of Halifax. The name of the riding can sometimes be misleading because I don't actually represent the entire city, and I don't represent only the city. I represent the peninsula, so the South End, Downtown, North End, West End, and Westmount. But the riding extends beyond the Armdale Rotary, and it includes Fairview, Jollymore, Purcell's Cove, Duncan's Cove, Ketch Harbour, Sambro, Harrietsfield, and Williamswood. So it's much bigger and much more diverse than people think, Mr. Speaker. And when I first rose in this House to give my inaugural speech in 2008 after my election, I talked about some of these communities which are located in what is affectionately known as the Loop, because the highway goes around in a loop. And that the members of these communities, many members of these communities, didn't have access to bus service at all. When I first rose to speak in this House, you could not catch a bus in Sambro. You could not get on a bus to go to the grocery store or to get onto the peninsula or to go see your doctor or go see your friends. But then a pilot project was announced. And we had a bus route, then it was reduced, and right now it's at a reduced service. There's no service during peak hours. And another thing to point out about these communities, Mr. Speaker, is if you live in Harrietsfield or Williamswood, you have to go grocery shopping in Spryfield. You have to get to another community to even access a grocery store. And it's absolutely necessary, it's absolutely vital that we have public transit in all our communities across Canada, as well as across the riding of Halifax. And as a result, there's been a great community coming together to try and have an increased bus service and increased public transit present in these communities. There's actually a blog called the Sambro Loop Community Bus blog, and you can go on and give information about what's going on, and you can figure out how to mobilize about bus service. There's a Facebook group, and even checking out the Facebook group today, Mr. Speaker, people were posting car share. They were posting, being able to get a ride with somebody else. They were posting pictures of bus stops that have poles but no sign. And they were talking about how they could rely on each other to maybe get into town or get to the grocery store. And while it's wonderful that this community has come together and is organizing ride share programs, they need a bus system. And so why is there no service? There's no service because the HRM doesn't have the money to provide this kind of service, or they're choosing not to find the money to provide this kind of service. So how can we help these communities from a federal level, Mr. Speaker? Well, we have a solution. The NDP has a solution, and it's dealing with the federal gas tax transfer. So the gas tax transfer to the municipality was established, but it was established with very, very few strings attached. So strings attached just with respect to its use. And so the intention was for improvements to public transit. And while many cities have used this transfer for its intended purposes, by making service enhancements to their public transportation systems, there are a number of cities that have not. And it shows what one of the problems is with not having strings attached with respect to use. And the government, the federal government, can give municipalities stable, long-term funding by transferring an extra cent of the gas tax, but making sure that it is dedicated to public transit. So this is our solution, Mr. Speaker, and it's a solution that makes sense to me when I look at my own community and realize that not everybody in my community can even access a public transportation system. And you think about how can we change that at a federal level. This is where good policy, public policy comes from. Good public policy comes from the ideas coming from community. And we bring them here to Ottawa, and we bring them to this chamber, and we say, here is a solution that would help my community. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I think I am out of time, and I appreciate the time to speak to this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for l'honorable député de la Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak today and to take part in the debate on Bill C-449 from my colleague from Hull Aylmer. The bill is entitled the Free Public Transit for Seniors Act. First of all, I'd like to thank and congratulate the member for bringing this issue up in the House. Why is this issue so important? Because it would create a solution, not the only solution, but it would help to provide greater autonomy to seniors. This solution would help seniors break free from their isolation when they live in buildings and they can't go out. They should also have an opportunity to take part in community activities. I recently looked at the 2006 StatsCan report entitled A Portrait of Seniors in Canada. There were two things that really struck me in that report. The first was that 62% of Canadians live in Ontario and Quebec. The second thing was that 7 out of 10 seniors live in an urban area, in cities with at least 50,000 residents. And since most of these municipalities of this size have a public transit system, free public transit for seniors during off-peak hours is a timely issue. I was also struck by the demographics for females. Let me explain. Although 52% of seniors aged 65 to 69 are women, that number rises to 75% for seniors 90 and over. What's more, older women who live alone often have a lower income, especially in Quebec and BC. The Mouvement des Aînés du Québec is very concerned about the financial insecurity of women. In the section on access for seniors to transportation, the StatsCan study also shows that the gap between men and women is particularly wide at older age groups. For example, for those aged 75 to 84, 83% of men have access to a household vehicle as drivers, compared to only 45% of women. And among those aged 85 or older, the proportion of men drivers was 2 times higher than for women, 66% versus 33%. These differences between men and women aren't very surprising, since older men are much more likely to have a valid driver's license than women. They're also proportionately fewer than women who have never driven a car in their lives. So transportation is increasingly important as we grow older. My colleagues' efforts are laudable and feasible. Seniors face many challenges that we don't even think about when we're younger. When we're younger, we're concerned about our careers and our families, but the day will come when access to services, essential services, and social services becomes more of a concern. I'm talking about here about doctors, to the visits to the doctor, to the drugstore, to do volunteer work in the community, and to do groceries. These activities are increasingly important as we age. Moreover, the consequences grow ever more dire. How do you continue to socialize and remain independent if you can't leave the house because you don't have access to transit? Not all seniors can afford to take taxis. Few seniors have family members or friends who are always available with a car to give them a lift. Access to transportation becomes a major issue when the senior doesn't have when they lose their driver's license. Not only do they feel that they have no more resources to get around, they also feel dependent and isolated. So this is a very stressful issue for seniors and an urgent one, and my colleague's proposal deserves more in-depth study. I'm aware that this issue may encroach on provincial jurisdiction, like my Bloc colleagues were quick to point out, but I think that the problem transcends jurisdictional issues. The needs of our seniors are pressing, and they will not go away. Quite the opposite. Their needs will only grow as the population ages. I know my colleague from Hull Aylmer is open to amendments to his bill so that the finance minister could study ways of creating a trust to facilitate transportation with free public transit for seniors. Our Liberal colleague who's responsible for seniors has also made the following observations. The population is living longer, there's greater distance separating family members, and children often have to leave home to find work elsewhere in the country. These new realities pose challenges that we have to meet. And it's not by funding mega prisons, buying F-35s, or reducing corporate taxes for companies that already make huge profits. That's not the way to help our seniors. We need to focus not only on economic growth, we also need to meet the real challenges of Canadians and the needs of families. So I support my colleague's bill because it deals with a real problem for a growing segment of our society, and because it puts forward the beginnings of a solution that should be studied by the committee. I encourage everyone in the House to support Bill C-449 and its referral to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
There being no other members rising, I will return to the honourable member for Hull Aylmer for his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-449 seeks to provide free public transit for seniors outside of rush hours. Why do we need this bill, Mr. Speaker? Quite simply, it's to promote the active participation of our seniors in our social life and break the isolation in which too many of them live. Canada has an aging population. There's no use denying it. We should not ignore it, certainly, as the Conservative government wants us to do. Aging gives rise to different problems, and we have to respond to them through realistic and practical means. As I explained in my previous speech, transportation for seniors becomes a major issue because it's necessary in order to access social and medical services. Not everyone can afford to take taxis, and not everyone has a child with a car who lives nearby, as my colleague for La Salle-Mar just said. Moreover, the low income of a significant segment of our seniors, especially women, does hamper their mobility. So we have to examine this question to avoid having seniors end up isolated. We know that isolation is the enemy of seniors. I feel that free public transit must be part of a whole series of strategies and actions which will help prevent the isolation of seniors and give them the tools necessary for a good quality of life. We all aspire to that someday. I wish to thank my colleague for York West and my colleague for La Salle-et-Mar. Their support for Bill C-449 shows their great sensitivity toward the seniors of Canada and their eagerness to find solutions to the problem of mobility for seniors both in urban and rural areas. I also wish to thank the member for Trinity Spadina and the member for Halifax. Their plea in favor of public transit is matched only by their interest in seniors in Canada. The Bloc admitted that Bill C-449 was, and I quote, an excellent initiative in recognition of the role of seniors. They hesitate to vote yes, I'm told. But why vote yes? It's quite simple. To allow examination of the issue of mobility of seniors in committee, as well as their free access to public transit outside of rush hours where public transit exists. This is an important issue for our seniors from coast to coast to coast. I therefore solicit the help of my colleagues in order to examine this issue in committee. The members opposite are in some kind of procedural debate. They haven't even looked at the substance of C-449. They have just rejected the form of it. I think this is a matter of abdicating their responsibility here. It's an abdication of the leadership role of a government. They are ignoring the needs of families and of seniors. What are their ill-advised priorities? Spending billions of dollars to buy fighter planes untendered, the construction of mega prisons, and tax cuts for large corporations. We Liberals are listening to the concerns of the Canadian public and the priorities of Canadians: pensions, education, health care, and family care, and seniors, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-449 is in keeping with those priorities. I'd like to clarify one question. I don't want to substitute myself for members of the Finance Committee, but I would propose an amendment in committee so that the Minister of Finance can examine the way of establishing a trust in order to have free local public transit outside of rush hours. This amendment would also eliminate the need for the Minister to make payments from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. I therefore urge members of this House to adopt Bill C-449 in order that we can examine it in greater depth at the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Proulx, seconded by Ms. Bergoni, moves that Bill C-449, an act regarding free public transit for seniors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
On division? No? No? I'm hearing no's. So all those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. No! À mon avis, les non.
My opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is deferred until March 2, just before private members' business.
It being 2:04, the House stands adjourned until Monday, February 28th, 2011, at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.